How's this meeting going?
1 minute
whenever we do that, oh, Walker? No. I don't think that's that
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming out to our Planning and Zoning Board meeting on Tuesday, July 5th. First things first, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the meeting at exactly 6 o'clock. First thing, do we have an approval of the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
I have a motion from Ms. Baker.
I second that.
And I have a second from Vice Chair Long. Is there any, do I take comments? I have any comments on the agenda? Do I have any public comments on the agenda? This is just if we're changing anything. This is the time to say a comment, not per se on what each item is about. All right, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. And Vice Chair Long, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Hey. All right, thank you very much. I don't have to go into the consent agenda.
You have to say.
So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion from Ms. Baker.
I second that.
I have a second from Vice Chair Long. Is there any comments on the consent agenda?
No.
Any public comments on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda is approved. All right, we'll go right into public hearing and ordinances. All right, since there's a lot of people in here, some have come to some of these meetings, some have not. I'm going to go over our procedures of how this works. We are moving from a legislative body to a judicial body, and what that means is we are now, we will be a panel of judges, and we will look at the evidence, we'll look at expert opinions and testimonies, cities' opinions and testimonies, applicants' opinions and testimonies. We will also take public comment when it's time to take public comment. If anybody has anything to bring up, that will be kept, just so you're aware that that does get kept to the city. They would want evidence of any kind of documentation that you're going to provide or whatnot. So with that, oh, sorry.
One second. Mike, do we have any help to open up these doors or bring any other chairs in? We've got a lot of folks standing.
That's why I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And if you got a seat in between, if you could kind of slide down and make some room, we'd appreciate that also.
Looks like it's pretty tight.
Yeah. So with that being said, I'm going to read through the quasi-judicial proceedings. And basically, like I said, how it works is, you know, we're going to take everybody's comments. However, we do limit up to expert testimonies and opinions. So we're entering a quasi-judicial procedure. This means that the commission will stop being a legislative body and will become a judicial board, which means that we have to follow certain rules and adhere to different standards of decision making. The primary rule we must follow concerns testimony and the substantial and competent evidence standard must be met when the judicial board makes a decision. The standard states the following. All public testimony will be taken under oath. Everyone testifying will be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits shall be entered into evidence. The giving of opinion testimony is limited to experts. Closing arguments will be limited to the evidence of record. Now I'm going to ask the city attorney to read into the record the ordinance. I'll have him read into the record the ordinance and resolutions by titles and numbers. Do you want to?
Happy to do so, Mr. Chair. This is ordinance number 2022-33, LDR 22-12. An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, relating to the rezoning of approximately 300.95 contiguous acres, more or less, pursuant to an application by the property owner of said acreage, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations, providing for rezoning from Agricultural A zoning district to Planned Rural Residential Development, PRRD zoning district, on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida. This is related to tax parcel numbers 02602-020-001.
Sorry, Scott.
I think we're on a
Did I
different.
get the wrong one?
Yeah, we're
I didn't reset it from looking at it, sorry.
we're on
Sorry.
Ordinance 2022
Yeah, my apologies. Ordinance number 2022-34, LDR 22-13. This is an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, relating to the rezoning of approximately 48.2 contiguous acres, more or less, pursuant to an application by the property owner of said acreage, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations, providing for the rezoning from residential mixed, single-family mobile home, RSF/MH2, zoning district to the Planned Residential Development, PRD zoning district, on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida. Tax parcels number 01993-000-000 and 02002-000-000, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, the appropriate motion would be for this board to recommend approval of ordinance number 2022-34, LDR 22-13, as recommended by staff, or you can recommend denial, or you can continue it to a date certain in the future. Those are your three options at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, at this point, I'm going to ask the clerk or the attorney to swear in the applicant, staff, and all participants requesting to speak. At this point, if you guys are going to have any kind of testimony, you guys are going to make any kind of statements, whether it's for this matter, is that correct, Mr. Attorney? Whether it's this matter or all matters on the agenda today?
That's correct.
That you please stand so we can get you sworn in.
So in a quasi-judicial procedure, if you plan to speak, as our chair just said, then you need to stand, and what you're going to do is give your name now. When you're sworn in, we're going to start on this side and go around the back of the room and go all the way to the front. So we're going to just start there, and then after you give your name, then we'll do a swearing in unison. So that's the game plan. And so right now, if you intend to be sworn, you're standing, and raise your right hand, please.
And just to be clear, this is all three, right? We're going to do it all at one time, so we don't have to do this again. So if you think you're going to speak to any of the quasi-judicials on the agenda tonight, stand up now.
Okay. Starting with Brian, go ahead, do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and give your name, please.
Brian Thomas, I do.
Mike New, I do. Clay Swicker, I do.
Deborah Campbell, I do.
Monica LaRue, I do.
Hang on, are we getting all these here?
Probably not.
We're going a little fast.
When you go up to speak, if you could just state your name at the podium again so I can get your name.
Perfect.
That'll work.
Good call, good call. Okay, back of the room. Anybody that has their hand up, it's hard for me to see,
Can't
so
see
I
all the
can't.
way in the back. So if you're
Okay.
outside in the lobby, if you could step forward.
No.
No? Okay.
No? Okay. Back row, orange shirt.
Chris Staples.
Catherine Sutherland Stapley.
I do.
Paul Abram, I do.
Georgia Earthhouse, I do.
Curtis, I do.
Joe Fournier, I do.
Kelly Suggs, I do.
Paulina Parker, I do.
Alan Jones, I do.
Brendan Mollison, I do.
Amy Paget, I do.
Roy Paget, I do.
Next one.
I do.
Trevor Bass, I do. Dave McDaniel, I do.
Carly Evans, I do.
Alan Evans, I do.
Logan Peters, I do.
Chris Bosh, I do.
Sergio Reyes, I do. John Paul Perez, I do.
All the witnesses have been sworn, I believe.
Now, stay standing if you haven't said you do. Everybody else go ahead and sit down. We'll see if we missed anybody.
They are.
We do have 4 chairs out here, folks, if you want to come in. Ladies,
To see if
have a sit down.
All right, and just to clarify, those that just stepped into the lobby, if you guys do wish to speak on any of the topics, we need to make sure that you get sworn in. So if anybody in the lobby that has just arrived is wishing to speak, please step forward so you can be sworn in to make comments or give any kind of testimony.
Okay, no.
No? All right. All right, so before we begin, we need to disclose any ex parte communications and disclose whether any member physically inspected the property. Yeah, no, that's definitely one at a time. All right, Ms. Woodcock, on this subject, on this particular matter, have you had any ex parte communications?
No.
Ms. Polo?
No, I have not.
Vice Chair Long?
No, I have not.
Ms. Baker?
No, I have not.
I have not had any ex parte communications on this one. All right, and we're going to go into the presentations, and the presentations will follow. Staff will give an overview, then the applicant will present their application. Staff report and recommendation will come after that. Have we had any third-party interveners? We have no third-party interveners.
For none of the items on the night's agenda.
All right, so we can scratch third-party interveners. All right, public comment will occur after the staff report and recommendations, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. The applicant at that point can cross-examine. Staff may cross-examine. Members of the decision-making body, through the chair, may ask questions of the staff, applicant, and the participants. Final argument may be made by the applicant and then the staff related solely to the evidence and testimony presented at the hearing and introduced to the record. The city attorney will advise the decision-making body as applicable law and factual findings. Deliberation of the application, and then after deliberations, we shall take a vote to approve of conditions, continue, or deny the application. Do you have any comments, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Chair, folks, we've got 2 seats here, and then our staff is squeezing in, so especially Sierra back there working the controls, she wears a lot of hats, so if we can make sure we have a space cleared for her to be able to kind of get in and out, so if you can take those seats up here or this table here, we'd appreciate kind of spreading out and just make sure that Sierra can get there without, and we got little ones, so we can definitely get them into a seat up here, right up front, let them bang the gavel and everything. Mr. New.
Mr. New.
Well, I just ask you to make comments. There's 3 items on the agenda. If you are here for the last one, maybe pull back and let
That's a good idea. So if you're not here for, if you're here for item 3, maybe you could let those folks in the back come up here and sit. Anybody here for item 3 that could kind of move back and sit?
No.
No? Okay. Everybody's here for 1 and 2.
All right.
There we go. We got 2 seats available. Come on down, ma'am, and y'all come on in. And
You're the next contestant.
you guys want to go sit in an office somewhere? We can get you set up with a TV. Okay.
Oh, look, we got some more chairs opening up, guys.
Up front, come on in. Don't be shy now. Don't be shy. You can't have your voice heard if you're in the lobby. You got to come sit in the front row, and you can stare us all down.
All right, guys, we'll go ahead and we'll start with a staff overview. All right, JP.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Mayor, or Attorney, members of the board. My name is John Paul Perez with the Planning and Economic Development Department. And the first presentation tonight is a rezoning only. This doesn't change the land use. And we're changing it from RSF2 to PD. Sorry, PRD. That's Planned Residential Development. This is what we call the post-40 property. It's at the northeast corner of 3rd Place and 266. This is the current zoning for the property. It's residential mixed single family, and the site is about 48.2 acres. With this current land use, you could do 193 dwelling units on the property. What the developer is proposing is 180 dwelling units. And again, the land use is low residential for that, so that's 4 dwelling units per acre, and that's established today, right now. The proposed zoning is planned residential. The land use, again, is still low residential, low density residential, so it's still 4 units per acre. And again, it's 180 units below what is possible today. Here's an image of the master plan that shows the 2 different areas of the development. Area 1 will have lots that are about 60 feet wide and are about 6,600 square feet in area. I want to point out that with today's zoning, they're required to do 10,000 square foot lots. So significantly larger land area is devoted to the development. But if that development were to come about, you'd have more street and lot and less open space for the just general open space. Here on this plan, you can see all the green is open space, which makes up about 1/3 of the overall area. And that's along the back area, which is the highest part of the property. A small section along 266, which is probably going to be used for water retention, and then along the south side of the area, which is an unimproved right-of-way. It's the backyards of folks that live south of there. There are, at this time, no plans to do any improvements to that right-of-way, as we understand it, though we'll get into possibilities later on in the presentation. Here are the tables from the plan that go over, let me go back. Area 2, smaller lots, 50 feet wide, 5,500 square feet. On-site retention, all this stuff is constraining the development of the site, and so for that reason, with the current zoning, they can't maximize the potential of the property, and they're still not maxing it out. But with this, they're able to do open space, provide those buffers necessarily, and also still take advantage of the density that's allowed by the land use. In this table, you can see that the setbacks that they're establishing, 20-foot front, 15-foot rear, and 7.5 on the side for the larger lots, 5 feet on the side for the smaller lots. That's consistent, at least with the smaller ones, with Florida Building Code. And if you can read it, note 2 on the right-hand side says there's about 16 tiny homes that they're going to be proposing in Area 2. And we had a conversation with the developer today, and those are going to be located in the center of Area 2, so they won't be on the periphery or on the outside of the development. That alone to us and to the agent is incentive that those are well-maintained properties. We have design standards that they have to build to regardless, but you may see an incident or an instance where they do more than 1 unit on a lot, which is allowed in the PRD. So that may be a possibility that you would have 2 tiny homes on one property. That on one lot, I should say, because otherwise that would just be an unsellable property if they're looking to sell it, and renting-wise, they would just be losing too much money on it, which economically would not make sense. wanted to highlight the pedestrian path that they have proposed on the south side of the property. There's a pedestrian path connecting the proposed neighborhood with an existing right-of-way that's essentially the terminus of 264. It appears that today, well, let me see if I can, yeah, okay, I do have a picture. It looks like a driveway, but it is not a driveway. It's actually a public right-of-way. And so and then, again, this is a conceptual plan. It's not, nothing's final. And the board has, full, power to make amendments to the plan if needed, if this is not something that's desirable to the board. But that pedestrian path will connect to this right-of-way. And that'll provide a pedestrian connection between the neighborhood and the rest of Newberry, essentially. The planned residential development, this is just the intent and purpose of the district. As you can see, it's encouraging folks to be more flexible and creative with the designs that they do. And so this is a directive in our code, and I believe that they've achieved that, providing the density that they're allowed today with unique lot configurations that also provides ample open space for them and the residents of Newberry. And just touching on school, these are actually the old calculations for school, but it's about 25 elementary student stations, 11 middle school, and 14 high. Looking at the capacities for school at the moment, there's been an increase in enrollments in middle and high, and a decrease in elementary as those students are moving out of those schools. According to the 2022 capacity report from Alachua County School Board, there's still capacity in those schools, but they are near full, operating between 95 and 99%. And so it's a tight fit, and that's probably something that we'll want to look at in the future. Today, you're considering a rezoning. This is not a development plan. These aren't units that are going live tomorrow. They're not going to be students in the schools tomorrow because of this rezoning. There are other steps that need to happen before a building permit can be issued. So just keep that in mind. And staff recommends that the board forward a recommendation of approval to the City Commission with the condition that the applicant work with staff to finalize parameters of the development order and a few Scrivener errors that were discovered. And so we'd like an opportunity to go back and correct those. And some of the development requirements, perhaps right away, that was stated as 60. They're showing 50, but we'd like to encourage them to modify the plan to show the 60 that we generally require in developments. And that concludes my presentation. Did you have any questions for staff? Yep, okay.
I'm just writing down the, can you go back real quick, Sierra? I just wanted to write down the, thank you. All right, at this time, the applicant, you can go ahead and make your presentation.
Great.
How are you? If you could state your name for the record as well, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Clay Swegger, and I'm a land planner with EDA Consultants. Thanks for the opportunity to present tonight. I really appreciate city staff giving a very nice and thorough presentation. Some of the slides will look similar, but I would like to walk through our application, give you the highlights, and answer any questions, of course, that you have tonight. So our project is known as the Post-40 Planned Residential Development, or PRD. And the property is just under 50 acres in size. It's actually located in the city's CRA district and in the Economic Development Overlay area, the Transportation Enhancement Program area, and the Urban Service area. So these are mapped areas in the city that have been identified for urban development in the future. We're within a 5-minute walk of a lot of the public infrastructure that you like to see, Main Street and downtown, parks, schools, etc. So it's currently used for agricultural purposes, but it really is in a prime location for new residents and residential development in Newberry. The land use designation also has been established in the comprehensive plan for many years as residential low density, which allows residential development up to 4 units per acre. And the zoning currently is residential mixed single family / mobile home. So it does allow residential development either with site-built homes or mobile homes. So we're proposing a change to planned residential development, which there's a master plan involved with conditions, and we think is a enhanced proposal from what could just be done in current zoning that you have in place today. Again, the proposed rezoning is from RSF MH2 to planned residential development PRD on just under 50 acres. And we are consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and the existing future land use map, which does allow 4 units per acre of residential development presently. And this is the city's future land use map that shows areas in yellow, including our project outlined in red, as residential low density, 4 units per acre. Properties to the east, southeast, and south, and partially to the west also have that same map designation. This is the current zoning map for the city. It's got that RSF MH2 zoning, sort of that tan color. That also exists to the east and to the south and partially to the west. And so this would be the proposed map to go to PRD, Planned Residential Development. I sort of spliced the zoning master plan that you have in your application materials. The color plan, it is a bubble plan, but it does have a lot of important elements. The areas in green are green spaces, open space. They could be playgrounds, parks, buffers, landscaped areas, stormwater retention areas. In fact, they will be a combination of all of those things. And the areas in yellow would be residential lot areas. And the areas in gray are the conceptual street network that would be all developed as part of this project by the developer. We also have proposed connections to 266th Street, and we also have future stub outs to the north and to multiple parcels to the east to provide future interconnectivity both for vehicles, pedestrians, and utilities. There are several tables on that master plan, but I highlighted a few things that staff already mentioned, but I'd like to mention as well. This does provide a sizable amount of green space. About 34% of the site would be green space, either existing landscape, proposed landscape, park areas for the residents and the public. The density is shown in the middle. It's really small, I apologize. The maximum density of the project is 180 units. That equates to about 3.7 units per acre, which is below the 4 units per acre allowable in the comprehensive plan. That's a maximum. We've done some plans that show a handful of less units. But yeah, and you have to establish a cap, of course, with the plan development. So that's what we're proposing. There are 2 areas to provide a variety of lot sizes, Area 1 and Area 2, as city staff mentioned. And we would also like the ability and would request that we be able to construct up to 16 tiny homes based on the provisions in the city's tiny home ordinance that was approved not too long ago, a year or 2 ago. Yeah, 2021, so I think last year. So we would comply with all those regulations, and those tiny homes would actually, per our, what we're proposing in our plan development, would be interior to the site. They wouldn't be along any of the exterior portions of the site, just to further ensure that adjacent property owners know what size lots could be proposed next to them, and the tiny homes would be interior again. These notes are all in the PRD Master Plan. I won't read them all to you, but we can talk about any of those things. But there's a lot of important information there, including the uses that are allowed, including single-family detached platted dwellings and the tiny homes. And the second item is phasing. We would request that we be allowed to do up to 3 phases for this project, and that the first phase, if this is approved, the preliminary plat would come in within a year to keep things moving. But this will be a project developed over a number of years. This is not something that we anticipate being done right away, all of the units. So it will be phased over time. And there are, on the previous slide, I showed you the lot setback and separation requirements. All the setbacks are essentially consistent with what the standard zoning districts provide. And open space, there's some notes about what can happen in open space, including active and passive recreation. We're thinking playgrounds, active, use trails, landscaped areas. There are some nice trees along the perimeter of the project, which we also have a buffering requirement in here, so a lot of those trees can stay. There's a really nice area in the northeast corner of the site, which we're proposing as green space. This would be a really nice natural area that will remain forever. The homeowners association would be established as part of this project, and they would be responsible for the management and maintenance of all these common areas, not the city. Circulation, essentially that just indicates that the roadway network needs to provide that interconnectivity and the street grid pattern that we show on the plan to meet all the city regulations. And there are notations about traffic calming. And the city's experience and their professional staff have indicated they want those provisions in zoning in case there are issues with speeding in neighborhoods. So we have tools available, including requirements for some type of traffic calming to happen every 500 feet along a road interior to the site, so you don't just have a drag strip. That may be a stop sign, it may be striped, raised crosswalk, bulb outs, speed humps, traffic circles. Those are the things we've been talking about with city staff. Have all those options on the table, so when construction plans come forward, we can work with the city to come up with what's the best viable option to make sure traffic is maintained at a safe speed. We also indicated that we will survey and indicate all the trees on the site, and we'd like to have flexibility to try to save as many of the trees as we can. Our master plan itself has already shown a lot of the areas where there are some of the nicer trees to be saved. Also, as staff indicated, we're proposing a pedestrian path to connect our project to Rock Road to the south. That would be a bike and ped path that would just essentially take you down to that paved right-of-way, City Street, which is just another good way to get to east and southeast and closer to downtown. And importantly, things we've been discussing with staff, number 13, we understand that there will be improvements needed on 266th Street. It is a paved local street, but it needs improvements, and this project, as it comes along incrementally, will need to participate in those improvements. And so there is a condition in the PD that we will be required to work with the city to work together to provide those improvements. And that the specifics would be done through a traffic study at the construction phase of the project, or phases, just so it's done in a timely manner. So there are several comprehensive plan policies that I included in my backup material, but I just added a couple in the presentation for you. We believe that we're consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. This is really the area that's been designated for residential development. One of the main goals of the future land use element is to direct development to urban service areas and do it in a financially feasible and environmentally acceptable manner. And as I mentioned before, we are in the transportation enhancement program area, the economic development overlay, the CRA district, and the urban service area. So we're in that prime spot where these policies are directing future development. Also, there are no identified regulated natural resources on the property that would make this property undevelopable. A lot of it's used for agricultural purposes now. The only area really that's sort of in a natural condition we're proposing to keep is green space. And so we feel like this project would be done in an environmentally acceptable manner. There are a couple other policies on the screen, but they really all essentially promote infill development and to try to discourage urban sprawl, which is when development's happening further out. It's out of these designated growth areas. And so this site does have adequate public facilities available. We will connect to water and sewer and electric. The road improvements to 266 I did mention as well. We understand that will be part of the project. Comments about site suitability, I think I've already covered those, that there are none of those regulated natural resources on site. And so in summary, the project is consistent with your comprehensive plan and your existing future land use map of residential low density. It supports PRDs, good planning. Usually results, you get a better product when you do a master plan, and we think that we've put that together for you. The design is compatible with the area. It is not at the maximum density in the comp plan. It is lower. That there are perimeter buffers that are put into the PD as a requirement. Mobile homes would no longer be permitted as an acceptable or permitted residential use in this neighborhood. And there's an ample amount of green space, as I mentioned before, and that there would be an HOA to cover all these, the maintenance of these common areas. And that the land is suitable for residential development and public facilities available. And lastly, in your backup material, the city staff has indicated they believe that this is a project that meets the regulations and they would recommend approval, and we appreciate that. We've worked very closely with them to bring this forward to you. I think with that, I will conclude. If you have any questions for me tonight, I'd be glad to answer them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're following the orders of procedure, so we appreciate you bringing that, and we appreciate staff. Okay, at the next one. So now we'll go into, since there's no third-party interveners, we'll go into public comments. I believe, Sierra, there is a light, correct? So public comments are limited to 3 minutes in a quasi-judicial forum. So we do have a timer there for you. We just, please, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of, sure, there's a lot of comments on all the topics. We do want to hear everybody. And in order to do so, we just ask that we try to limit those comments to those 3 minutes. All right, so with that being said, is there any public comments? Oh, and state, even though we know your name, but please state your name for the record.
Deborah Campbell.
Thank you.
I've lived out there for 25 years. I have to go down 266 every day to get to my house. The land you're looking at, which he says he's got lots of trees, there's no trees out there. The only trees that are there are around a sinkhole. That land has been plowed, planted, nothing grows there. It's Kendrick sand. That's one problem. Second problem is 266th Street, if you go over 20 miles an hour, is nothing but a roller coaster ride. Barely 2 cars can fit down it. That's going to have to be paved all the way from Newberry Road down to that development to the curb. You need a traffic light at Newberry Road because I can't even get out of my house in the morning to get to work by 7. I leave at 5 to 6 because of all the traffic coming from Gilchrist County, all that way, everywhere. Okay, you have 7,328 homes coming here in Newberry, if you put them all together, okay? How do you expect us to get to work? You're gonna do a roundabout in a few years. No, you're not gonna do a roundabout in a few years. There needs to be a light if you agree with this. This is country, there's animals you're gonna be killing, okay? It's not a great place for development. The only reason it's going to development is because the land does not grow anything. I wouldn't buy a house there. You can put grass there, it ain't gonna grow, okay? And then you got, I mean, it's ridiculous. I know I can't stop progress. I know that. But these tiny houses don't need to be there. We don't need that many cars down that road. There's no way. You, come drive down 266th Street, please, and see what I'm talking about. If you're gonna make it, you're gonna double wide it and put parking on each side. It's just, you're gonna have to put a light at the road. There's no way else to get in and out. You're going to put 500 homes on the other side of the road. So I have traffic coming from the south, traffic coming from the west. I can't get to work now. How the heck am I going to get to work with 180 homes out in the middle of the country? I mean, you've destroyed, y'all are turning into City of Gainesville. I'm really ashamed to say that. But I am disappointed in all this development. Where are the jobs? These kids that grow up here have to go somewhere else to work. The plan in the beginning, 25 years ago, was to build something these kids could go to work in. There's nowhere to work. All these people are sleepers. That's all they do. They come here, they go to sleep, and that's it. And it's been that way. They may participate, a few of them, and I'm proud that they do, and some of this stuff, but the rest of them do not. Yes, Publix is coming, but let you know this. I work at Publix, and probably over a third of us are coming from that store to this store. Because why? They all live in Trenton, Chiefland, and everywhere else, Archer and everywhere else. We're coming here. I live here. I've been here 25 dang years, and I am ashamed of what you guys are doing to this town. I really am. And I don't blame Pat Post for wanting to put homes there. I mean, sure, he has everything else, but, you know, it doesn't grow anything. Is the timer going off? Anybody said it? I just, you know, I'm really ashamed.
Yeah.
Keep on going, Ms.
Y'all give me an answer and tell me what you're going to do about it. Are you going to put a street light up there?
So here's the deal, Ms. Debbie. As I said before, this is a quasi-judicial, so it's, this is your public comment, and we take notes of your public comment. However, as far as addressing, and this goes for everybody, we're not going to be able to address every single comment as they come up. We're going to take it, and that's going to be part of our decision-making process. So it's not that we're trying to be rude. If you see me looking at you, you see us just looking at you, nodding our heads, we're taking notes, guys. However, we're not going to be able to address every single comment because we wait to the end and we deliberate on those comments. So it's no disrespect.
I can tell you this, I love our governor, but I hate him too, because all these people moving here. And I got news for you, I had an 18-wheeler on my ass today from Jonesville, weaving in and out of traffic, passing people at 60 miles an hour, and a car going 100 miles an hour. It's getting ridiculous. The good news is, when Publix comes in down there, that's gonna stop all that speeding, because there'll be a lot of accidents but it will stop some of the speeding. We'll end up with our own police force, hopefully.
All right.
But
thank you, Ms. Debbie.
I'm done.
That. Thank you.
Hallelujah, guys. Good luck.
All right, we got the timer situation fixed. Thank you, Ms. Debbie. And like I stated before, and I'll just reiterate, please bring your comments and your concerns to us. However, we're not going to be able to answer your questions as you're bringing them. We're jotting down your questions and your concerns, and we will bring that up to staff.
Very good.
And as this gentleman comes to the podium, I just want to say for the record that we have nothing with Publix's name on any application.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing the people to come here and speak to you about their concerns. And they are going to want to get some answers for these concerns, if not tonight, but they are going to want to get them shortly. One of the concerns that my grandson has, because...
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but just for Sierra's sake of hard work...
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Kelly Suggs.
Can you say it in the microphone?
My name is Kelly Suggs.
Thank you, Mr. Suggs.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right. Again, My grandson bought his property over there a few years ago, just had his little baby this last year. They all like the serenity of Newberry. That's been what's been the mainstay of Newberry for all this time. Now that y'all are wanting to grow and hopefully grow responsibly, everyone knows, just like the lady just said, we're not going to stop growth. I don't think anyone really has the idea that that's ever going to happen. But you got to be responsible about it. For one thing, what is going to be the lifestyle that these people that are living right on that road are going to have when you've got construction, not just the number of cars going up and down the road once the thing's built, but we've already been told this is going to be a project that's going to last for years. What is their lifestyle going to be when people are going out there before daylight wanting to start building? They're late in getting through with houses, so they want to work all night. I hope to goodness that y'all are planning some type of noise abatement so that has to be followed, that prevents them from getting out there in an hour that's unrealistic and hurting their way of life. Now, this lady was absolutely right about the road, and I think every one of y'all know it. I don't think there's a person on this board that has a road down that road. And so that's not news to anybody. What will be good news is what are y'all going to do about it? You can't just say, we're just going to put in this many houses. What else are you going to do? And they need to know these things before they decide to make some type of, oh yeah, we think this is a good idea. It's not a good idea until y'all answer the questions. Has anyone done have y'all walked around the property? Have y'all inspected the property the way you're supposed to? And decide what its effect on the natural habitat in this area? Have y'all done that? They need to know that. Is there any effect on it? They need to know that. That's the kind of people they are. This is the kind of community that this is. So before we just start peppering the place with a bunch of small houses, why not put 5-acre type parcels or bigger on the roadway? You will beautify it a whole lot more, and you can put your little tiny houses in the back of the thing. I mean, do a little bit of planning that affects the people positively that's in the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. Appreciate that. All right. Do we have there's public comments on the first agenda item? All right. Going once. Going twice. All right. At this point, I can ask the applicant to come back up here, and we'll go ahead into cross-examination. If there's anything that you heard or anything that you can cross-examination, we're not going to ask you questions just yet. However, if you want to address anything that you felt, staff will have cross-examination as well. Please feel free.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any cross-examination. Certainly, I have a couple responses, I believe, to citizen comments. I don't know if that's appropriate now or at the conclusion.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Great. I appreciate the comments, and obviously there's growing pains happening here, and some of these comments are citywide concerns. As far as this specific project goes, we agreed with city staff to make sure there was a condition that we understand we have to come to the table to help with improvements to 266. Sometimes when development comes, it will increase traffic, but it also provides opportunities for developer funding for some of these improvements. This is also in the city CRA district. Tax increment financing and revenue that comes from additional taxable value from projects that happen in the CRA create funding that can be used for capital improvements in the future. So that could be an opportunity also for additional funding, and this project would help contribute to that. As far as the construction traffic goes, it's an excellent point. My understanding is the city public works director and staff would ultimately, several steps down the road, they would, if this zoning is approved in preliminary plat and final plat construction plans, the construction plans have provisions in there from the city's professional staff to make sure that hours of operations are acceptable in the route for construction traffic, and noise issues are complied with. So I think there's a mechanism there to make sure that this is done in a proper manner, that construction is fair and reasonable. With that, I will conclude.
Thank you. Staff, at this point, if you have anything to cross-examine JP, or anything that you want to make comment on?
Certainly. So unless you don't have any questions for me.
Not yet.
Okay. I'd like to preempt some of the comments that were brought up. Inspecting the site, from review of aerials and walking the site, it's tree lined, but there's a little break in the tree line on the north side of the property, and you can see it is all cropland there. Looks like it's been plowed, and so there's not a lot of activity happening currently on the site. And 266 is in a condition that needs repair. The applicant is aware of that and willing to work with city staff on working towards an improvement to the area, so residents can benefit from, an improved right-of-way. Traffic signal is something that we'd look at down the line. Once we have a better understanding of actual lot layout and the phasing of the plan, there could be performance requirements at a certain number of COs. We'll require a traffic study to see if traffic signal is warranted, and if it's the appropriate improvement to do in that area. Construction, I'd just like to tout Wayne Clark at the moment. He's our champion and gets a lot of unwanted attention. But he is out there and making sure that these folks stay on task to a fault, to the point where the city is getting fingers pointed at it for being too good at code enforcement. So I hope that continues. That means we're doing our job, and hats off to Wayne Clark. And again, just touching on the tiny homes, opposed to doing 5-acre lots, they are interior to the site. There's a very generous buffer around the site that could be used for many different things, like Clay had mentioned, but the tiny homes are interior. What that means to me is that they're going to be a part of the neighborhood, which means that they're going to be watched by other neighbors. We don't understand whether they're going to be rental or fee simple, and them being rentals and interior to the lot means that people will be kind of monitoring and paying attention to it. The fact that there's an HOA gives another layer of supervision or management for the tiny homes area. And I think that's one of the residents' biggest concerns is this going to be low-income housing in my neighborhood? And that's not the case, as we understand it from the developer. And, unfortunately, growing pains are serious. They are real, and they're usually not why we buy into a neighborhood. We buy it for what it is today and not tomorrow. But it is something that we have to have an understanding is people's right to their property and to build what they want. I'm sure they wouldn't like it if somebody said that they couldn't build what they wanted on their property. And I'll be available for questions later. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, JP. All right, with that, members of the decision-making body, through the chair, may ask questions of the staff, applicant, and the participants.
So that's us now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, JP, I think most of this will be for you. I just have a few questions. And then also for the developer. Our city is not responsible, I'm sure, for that traffic light everybody wants down here on the corner, where that'd have to be DOT, correct?
I'll take that one, JP. And Miss Debbie mentioned it. and FDOT is pretty far along the lines. Construction, we believe, will begin in '24, and that will be a roundabout of a size that will be able to handle watermelon trucks, logging trucks, those kinds of things. FDOT really hates stoplights right now. They have pretty much, and they have 100% control over stoplights. The city of Newberry, even when we have offered to pay for the stoplight, FDOT says, nope. We don't like them. They like roundabouts, and generally, I know a lot of people get really emotional about roundabouts, but generally, communities, after they adjust to the roundabout, report that they like them a lot better than the stoplights. Now, that doesn't affect anybody who's sitting in the audience today saying, not in my town, right? But that's a state road. They've already got done. They're in engineering at this point, so that will happen. I live on 337 myself. It doesn't take me an hour and a half to turn out on the Newberry Road in the morning, and I leave about the same time that she does, but there's certainly a lot of traffic coming through.
Well, yes, but that's true in the afternoon also, because I also, if we have a 6 o'clock meeting, I live approximately a mile east of town, and if we have a 6 o'clock meeting here, if I don't leave home by around 5:15, I'm late by the time I get here because I sit on the side of the road waiting for my opportunity to jump out there. So, but I did want, just for the people here, citizens, to know that it is FDOT situation. It's not a city. The city doesn't make traffic lights, or we're going to have, I don't know. I personally don't think that a roundabout is going to help that area. And wherever Brian Thomas is, I now know where 337 is. And then my other questions, I'm sorry, I have several here, but we're talking 180 homes with 4 homes per acre, right? I don't know if this is you, JP, or him, but
A little bit less.
a little less. All right.
3.73 to be exact.
But in the common areas, so I have 2 things, and then I'll let it go. But when you say common areas, what did we do with that picture that was up there? There's one. Area 2 is probably pretty good.
Yeah. So Area 1 and Area 2 are the roads and lots. The green areas.
Where's the common areas?
The green space.
The green space is
Yeah.
the common area. All right, so that large rectangular to the left of where the word Area 2 is, there's
Yeah.
a green rectangle. Thank you. And then there's the one up in the, I guess that would be the northeast corner there.
Yes.
So and I'm assuming the HOA would be involved in green space, but what is the idea of the green space? Are we having parks? Are we going to have slides and swings and a swimming pool? What is the idea for the community that's going to live here?
Sure. Thank you for asking. So, as John Paul mentioned, every area in green is part of that green space and open space. It's about 34% of the site. And each of those areas has different meaning or different purposes. I can tell you that a lot of the area, that rectangle in the middle on the far left, will be a stormwater retention area, dry retention basin, not only for this project, but also runoff to help the city with 266th Street. Those have to be landscaped. Typically, they have trails around them that connect to the sidewalks in the street. There'll be a small retention area to the south, and we also have a buffer along the south, so some of the tree line that's out there today along the south side would be retained. And then up in the top right, it's hard to see, but there are some contours below. You can see some topographic contours. That's an old mining area from 100 years ago probably, and it's regrown. The earth has taken it back, and it's going to remain natural. The only thing we might do in there is have a trail, for folks to be able to walk and just do a little walk through there. But otherwise, all the trees and everything would stay as they are
in that
today.
area.
Yes, ma'am.
So mainly, what you're saying is we have green space or there's not going to be homes built there. But the use of that area is for retention water, retention ponds, retention, whatever you want to call it. They're not for parks as such. They're not for the community to use. That's what I was getting at. The community use area, where is that?
So we definitely have to do stormwater retention
Right.
for
I know,
state and
yes.
water management city.
Yes.
So yes, you are correct. Some of those areas, particularly on the west and the south, will be stormwater. But we're also going to have a lot of natural areas in the north, and we do have in here prescribed that we want to have a playground area for the families in this project. It would probably be just on the side or on the perimeter of one of those green spaces.
Okay, I was just
So it's a combination
yeah.
of all three activities.
And it looks like we have about 35% of the area's green space, and that sounds really big, like parks everywhere, right? But if all of those 35% of greenscape is retention ponds, no matter how you look at it, it's a retention pond. I'm not against retention ponds, everybody. But they are what they are, and they're not necessarily attractive. I have one very close to me. It often gets huge sinkholes, and it's amazing. It really is an amazing act of DOT. But they're not common areas, and so I just wanted to say that. I understand that common areas to me means things people can use or walk on or do whatever with. But if it's a retention pond, I can't go down to my retention pond, which is 3 acres big, and ride around or walk or whatever I want to do. But it doesn't, that's a difference. I'm sorry, but that is different. And then we're limiting, are we limiting, the city is limiting to 4 units per acre? Have we agreed on that? Is that an agreed-on standard?
So the
Other than the tiny home situation, which I assume you could get 12 of those, but per acre. But 4 houses per acre is basically what the bottom line is?
Well, to answer your question specifically, the PD proposes between 160 and 180 units.
Which
and
is how many
180
per acre?
Is 3.73 units per acre.
4 houses per acre, basically, right? Okay, I have a
3.73.
problem. I just wanted to make sure that I said.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm taking up too much time. I need a red light, too. But thank you for answering my questions.
Would you
And
allow me
thank you
to-
all for being patient.
Would you allow me just to answer a little
Sure.
bit about the
Give it
common
a-
area?
yes.
So it will be common area, and it will have to be managed and maintained by the HOA. And these basins will be dry, except after big rains, and the water percolates. They're landscaped, they're very shallow. A lot of times, kids can use them to play. These aren't going to turn into a swamp. They're landscaped. And we also have a requirement to do maintenance paths. A lot of times we'll mulch those and they can become a trail, so they actually can be part of some usable green space. And those are certainly a requirement. We try to make them usable and attractive for the neighborhood. So I did want to mention that,
Okay.
just
All
in
right.
my own
Yeah.
defense. We try hard to
I
make
just
those
wanted to
nice.
clarify. That's-
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
I just want to clarify that the city of Newberry does not condone children playing in retention ponds. So if the HOA has a different idea, we'll have that conversation later, but.
I don't recommend my grandchildren playing in my own personal retention pond either. So we've had many sinkholes fall in many retention ponds in this area. I'm done. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. Ms. Polo?
Thank you. I do have one question, Claire,
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
could probably answer for me. The citizen who spoke previously mentioned a sinkhole. Has there been a geotech report done on that property?
Yes, yeah, there's been some geotechnical soil borings done, and they did not indicate any sinkhole activity.
Okay. Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Well, I really don't have much comment that wasn't answered already. My only concern is what the residents spoke on about the tiny homes being right in the center. I'm just mixed feelings about that, being a resident here myself and having a tiny home in the middle of residential single-family home. I'm not trying to tell people what to do with their property, how they should do anything, but I just don't think that's a good look for a single-family home to have tiny homes right in the middle. It's just like having an apartment complex right next to your house. That's just my opinion on it. If there's other way you can shape those to outside of the single-family homes, not quite sure how that's set up, but that's just my only opinion on it, you know.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I have.
So my question is probably for staff. What is the current setback on the zoning as it is right now?
So the setbacks currently, they're 7.5 on the side, and I believe it's 25 in the front, and the rear is 15, if I'm not mistaken. Working off of memory here, rather new, haven't had an it usually takes me about a year to commit all this stuff to memory, so.
Well, you know.
Brian, does that sound about right? For RSF? MH2?
For RSF2, it's 25 front, 10 side, and 15 rear.
All right, so I was off on the side. Sorry about that.
And you've memorized quite a bit of the. Okay.
So my second question is a 20-foot, we've had this conversation with other developments that have come up. Is 20-foot setback in the front enough?
So what goes in the front of a house is a yard and a driveway. Our parking requirements are 2 for a single-family home. That means 1 in the garage, 1 in the driveway. Parking space is 10 by 20, approximately. And front yards, I don't know about Newberry, folks, and maybe you guys can answer this. Do front yards get used here? Yeah, it's not a backyard community?
We like to change oil in the front yard.
Oh, yes, right.
Swap out our...
Sell watermelons.
Yeah.
Just can't put a shed in the fence in the front yard.
Well,
don't bring that.
So then, I guess, but the question is, this assumes that there will be no sidewalks then in the front either.
so throughout the community, from what I'm gathering from Clay, again, we're at a very conceptual stage right now. We don't have the nitty-gritty details that we would like to see to make a decision, but it's understood that we are definitely going to be requiring sidewalks within, and we'll discuss the possibility of including sidewalks outside or around. Right now, there are no sidewalks on 266 and whatnot, but it's something we're still open for discussion or willing to engage in. So, yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to add, on the zoning master plan, it does show the cross-section for the streets, and it does require sidewalks on each side of the streets in the city right-of-way or in the right-of-way. So the lot line begins, and then the house has to be at least 20 feet back, and so the sidewalk is out of that. So does that make sense? So the 20-foot setback, in our experience, is ample to make sure that cars can park in their driveway on their property, not interfere with the sidewalks that'll be constructed, because those are in the 50-foot right-of-way.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have more questions?
I might after you're done.
Okay. I'm going to share a fellow, my Vice Chair Long. We're having this, I'll say it, it's a fad right now of tiny homes. Oh, tiny homes, tiny homes, tiny homes. Tiny homes are great for the fad that it's at. My research on tiny homes is the price per square footage of these tiny homes supersede that of a normal size home. But my concern with a tiny home is, like what Member Long was saying, you're going to have these tiny homes in the middle of this community. However, when the fad dies, because it will fade, now we're going to have these tiny homes either vacant or to the point of foreclosure, or what if it's rental and it's on the owner that owns this development. We're going to have a different discussion of what's going to take place then. You know, are they going to tear it all down and create more single-family homes? Because my concern is, like you're like you kind of said, you know, you're looking at the now and not so much the tomorrow. But I feel that part of the P and Z, we do have to look into somewhat of the tomorrow and what that impact will be. So I'm not against tiny homes. I think, yeah, it's a cool idea, you know, if you're single, you're a worker, you know, and you don't have a family and it's just one person. But then that one person becomes two people, creates a family, tiny home becomes vacant because there's no way you're raising, you know, my wife and two kids in a tiny home is not going to happen.
Yeah.
So that's my personal view on that. Others can, and that's fine. But realistically, being in the middle of the community, I express a concern on that. And my fear is what's that going to do to that development in the future.
It's a very good concern, very valid concern, I should say. And to your point, yeah, tiny homes are serving a purpose. They are providing housing for folks that can't afford a 1,000 square foot home that costs $150,000 to $200,000, or like some of the newer developments, Newberry, $350,000. The price per square foot, yes, will be greater, but the total price will be significantly lower. And the tiny homes that I'm seeing here, or at least the ones that were proposed in Newberry Town Center, aren't the ones that you see on YouTube that are basically like a utility trailer.
Go ahead. Can I break in here, because I feel like we're going
in the
tonight,
weeds.
We're going. This is a concept plan.
Yeah.
And we're way down in the weeds on this thing.
Yeah.
So that the only thing we're talking about tonight is whether this is a spot for a neighborhood.
Yeah.
We can have these. I actually completely disagree with the chair and the vice chair when it comes to tiny homes. I don't think we have enough knowledge about them. I think the one thing that never goes out of style is affordability. That's not a fad. Right. But we'll have an opportunity later on to talk about site plan and how that's all. So we got a lot of people here tonight, and I just don't want us to end up having an hour-long conversation about tiny homes when everything in this can shift. All we're thinking tonight is this a spot for a neighborhood?
Yep. Just one comment on it. This is a phased project, so if the board wants to maybe push back the tiny home, they could require that be in a later phase as part of their motion. So if it is a fad, there's an opportunity to re-examine that.
All right. And then there's a lot of talk on the road. There's obviously it's a big topic. It's a big concern. Both our public comments did address road improvements. There's talk of, but is there real concrete discussion with the developer in the sense of them improving that area's road structure? Or is this just like, yeah, we'll do what's necessary, but it's not really firm or concrete? Can we get like some sort of like, hey, they're definitely going to improve the road around it?
Absolutely. Brian, I wasn't present at the conversations, but I understand that there's a capital improvement fund set aside for the resurfacing of 266, and right now we're in discussions with the developer to coordinate the improvement of that right away.
Mr. Chair, the element of 266 is in the capital improvement program, and so what we're working with the developer now on is a proportionate share of how much of the improvement would be the responsibility of the applicant versus how much is the city taking on. And so the city does have some funding set aside to improve this roadway, but it would be a joint participation agreement between the two parties based on the proportionate share due to the development.
Is that something that staff is requiring for us to put into if we have a motion? Is that something that would be required as a motion? Would you need that in the motion?
You could certainly put it in the motion, but ultimately it'll end up in the developer's agreement.
Chair, can we let's flesh this
talk about tiny homes anymore.
out a little bit because this is a little bit odd that we say we all agree to work on it, but we'll agree to work on it at a later date. Because once they've got the zoning, I'm not, if we can't come to an agreement at that point, how do we proceed at that point? I mean, it seems like this is and I've heard a lot of comments tonight about, well, you're not growing smartly, I disagree with those as well. I think we are all in the process of smart growth right now. We have a private property owner, he wants to do something, he's put in an application, he's coming and talking to 5 impartial people that are gonna hear what he wants to do. We're listening to what the residents want to do. This is the process of smart growth right now. The map that has our urban services area and has our economic, those are strategically planned. We've done lots of workshops that had community input there, but this part to me does not seem like a smart way to proceed. That we'll figure that out later, because I think the road is probably the biggest piece here, even though, if I'm understanding this right, this area is going to be dumped out, not necessarily on that section, but we all know that people are going to go every which direction. So how do we have some, and this may be, do we have an answer to that question? Mr. New?
Do you? I mean, I have confident answers.
I understand that this development is in our CRA, and that if it's approved, we would have money that could be spent on the road. But I don't know where does the applicant come into that?
Mr. Mayor, it is staff's intention that this does not get to second reading, or staff would recommend denial on second reading with the City Commission if we haven't had something hammered out with the developer in writing. We've advised the developer of that. It's actually staff's intention that on first reading with the commission for rezoning that we have it hammered out, but if we get to the second reading and we don't have it hammered out, we have failed the commission and failed the community. So we are trying to get up to speed. My thought was that tonight the Planning and Zoning Board, if they believe that this project is worthy of moving forward to the City Commission with a recommendation of approval, include that staff and the developer get to that agreement and bring that to the commission. I fully think the commission, they may not like what we come up with and they may send us back. But I think that when it gets to you, we need to say, this is what we've agreed. I think that staff's intention is the road has to be improved. And it has to be made to a like new condition, and the city has this much to put towards it, and just making sure we don't break the affordability of the project, because we're sensitive to those things. We can't build a $20 million road to support these this number of housing, but something that works like we do with other development. I think for tonight's hearing, we need the Planning and Zoning Board to just give that recommendation to the City Commission, and the City Commission won't see this without that being hammered out.
Okay. And just for folks who aren't familiar with this process, the P&Z is the first stop, the first chance that we get to hear from you, and we get to hear from the applicant about an idea. Then, and all we're talking about right now is the zoning of the land. So do we see houses here? Do we see a neighborhood? That's the only question. Then we'll go to the commission, and then that will be 2 readings, so there'll be 2 more public hearings. So lots of bites at the apple. And then if it's approved, then we got to come back for site plans and all other steps in this process. We make it very burdensome, and I will tell you that the developers think it might be too burdensome, right?
Just to clarify for the board, just to make sure we're all on the same page, this is zone residential mix, and we're moving it from residential mix to PRD.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like going from ag to residential here. This is already residential zoned.
So development or residential is broken up into 2 components. The land use will determine the number of units you can do per acre.
Right.
And then the zoning will kind of give you the framework how you can build out those units per acre.
For the sake of argument, JP, can you tell us if this is okay from the in a quasi-judicial? Can he state what the benefits would be of having a PRD over a residential mixed use that it's currently zoned for? That way everybody can understand a little bit on the sense that it's currently res, but they're moving into PRD, and this is why it's beneficial versus...
That, Mr. Chair, is the quintessential point. I mean, there is There's a future land use map, designation as residential. There's existing zoning that is residential. JP, if you would speak to uses by right that are already in existence, that the developer could go forward with the development as a use by right, 4 units per acre. The developer has vested rights to do that exact development in a tract-type development. Instead, for whatever reason, they have decided to do something different, which is the PRD zoning. So that's the change. And I think the whole idea is that this gives a better product to the city. And I'd like to hear from JP and Clay on that this gives a better product to the city, both to the development and the city itself. So the point you're making, Mr. Chair, is the quintessential point of what we're here about tonight. It's exactly the point.
Mr. Chair, I'll defer to
Brian
Thomas, Director.
Mr. Chair, I asked John Paul to let me address this just because I've got a little bit more history on the property and the project as it's developed, and like he'd mentioned, he's still fairly new. So we've been working with the owner on this property for a couple of years now in concepts, and one of the things that staff very strongly recommended was, while they have entitlements in place, and if they wanted to, they could take the existing plat and develop it based on that existing plat. Staff very strongly recommended that plat right there. All of those dark lines would become roadways. It's an incredibly inefficient development pattern. It was fashioned in 1925 when it was originally platted. It literally was platted back when horse and buggies were still on the streets. And so it doesn't match modern development standards and modern development practices. And so staff recommended that they rezone it from residential single-family mobile home to a PRD so that they could do a better plan, a more efficient plan, both from the standpoint of the lot development but also utility provision. The PRD allows them to save more open space while still maintaining enough density to make the project viable. And so a planned residential development is going to provide a much better overall project than could have been obtained if they were required to stick with the original platting.
One thing to that.
No.
The one thing he didn't mention is that, and this is, I think, a benefit, and when you're in a planned residential development, it offers an incredibly higher amount of back and forth between the city and the developer for us to work together and for us to hear your concerns and say, hey guys, you heard it yourself. This is what the neighborhood is concerned about. And in a PRRD, I know there's a lot of acronyms being thrown out there, we have a lot more ability to do that. If the developer said, nope, I've got a plat, I've got the zoning, I'm moving forward, basically the city doesn't have a whole lot of ability to do much there. And in all three of the items that we're going to be talking about tonight, the owner of the property already has existing rights. They can make other choices. They're coming to us as an opportunity to have a conversation. So it's an important thing to always have in the back of our minds about what the developer could do, what the property owner could do automatically without having to ask, and what can we do when we work together.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Will a 25-foot setback be enough for a horse and buggy?
Is that a serious question? Okay, I'm like, wait a minute.
Making it funny.
Okay. So I just wanted to be on the record to show, like, listen, we're not asking them to go from making this a farmland, even though it's vacant, even though it's empty and there's nothing going on there. It's been zoned for residential, and they're changing it to be PRD, which is still residential. It gives us a little bit more control. It gives it a little bit more structure. So it's not earth-shattering that, you know, I'm going to have PETA and, you know, whatever environmentalist coming down at me saying, how dare you turn cropland into residential homes. This is already zoned residential, so technically, like what I'm hearing from Brian is, if we didn't approve this, he can go ahead and build that 100% without having to come here. PRD is allowing us to say, hey, slow down, let's go ahead and have this discussion. Let's do things right, let's fix up the roads, let's meet halfway. Is that correct?
You're correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so I just want to make sure our board is on the same page, that we're not trying to rezone from, farmland here to, tiny homes. All right. Do we have any other questions for any of them, for anybody? All right. Any final arguments from staff or the applicant?
The only one other thing that I want to point out that Clay had mentioned in his presentation is, and let me see if I can get to the slide, it has a table, and I don't think I have it here. Here, you can see it. Area 1, the third line under that, 30 to 40 units in Area 1. And then on Area 2, 130 to 140 units. So again, because we're in a conceptual stage right now, the maximum potential that they could probably squeeze in there is 180, but it doesn't mean at the end of the day, when it comes to the final plan, that it will be 180. It could be anywhere between 160 to 180. So there will be that flexibility.
All right. So applicant.
Didn't have any final comments unless you have anything.
Wow.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, city attorney, advise the decision-making body.
Mr. Chair, for all three items that are before you this evening, it'll be competent and substantial evidence. That's a typical evidentiary standard when we're in court, meaning that the judge, in this instance, a quasi-judicial body, you're the judge essentially in this proceeding tonight. The judge takes evidence, factual evidence from the people that are in the neighborhood and the citizens that come before you, and they're entitled to give their statements as to what they think is important and that sort of thing. But there are people also that have letters after their name or designations like AICP, JP, John Paul has that designation, Brian has that designation, Clay has that designation as well. Some people have a PE after professional engineer, and like Chris Potts, who will speak later this evening, and they have certain educational background and designations and certifications that gives them letters after their names. So when they testify before you, they can give opinion testimony based upon the fact that they have expertise, and people with those designations, that's if you're listening to opinion testimony from people with that sort of designation, you can give weight to the fact that they have these letters after their name and give you opinion testimony. So that's the nature of competent and substantial evidence, and it'll be the same. I won't go into that on the other matters, but that's what that's all about.
All right, thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll go into deliberation. Just so you understand my concern other than the tiny homes, but that's nor here nor there. I believe Mr. Suggs brought up the comment of the lifestyle, the construction. Being someone that lived in a new construction neighborhood, it was rather annoying when at 5 in the morning a cement truck showed up to start pouring slab right in my backyard for the neighbor that's going in my backyard. And when I called the builder's like, oh, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. It's like, yeah, it won't happen again because I was the last house to get built. So thank you very much. So that's, Mr. Suggs brought up a point about noise abatement, and I'm hoping that the city, would help ease that with this situation.
Mr. Chair, we already have those noise abatements, we have those noise ordinances, and as JP said, we now have Wayne. And so if you have those kinds of issues, but
Wayne's open awake at 5 in the morning.
I think Wayne never sleeps. Yeah. So we have the applicant here also, so he's heard those comments. We'll pass it along to the owner as well, but we already have laws there. Whether the people follow those laws, it's a separate question, but the laws are in place.
All right, thank you. Ms. Poole.
Mr. Chair, if I could address that just from a construction background. In past projects that were abutting a residential neighborhood, when a concrete pour was being done, residents had to be notified with at least 48 hours, 72 hours, I think is what it was, that this would be happening, at what date and during what times, supplied with a number as to who they could reach out to if there were any comments or concerns. You know, it's Florida, you gotta pour concrete
Yeah.
early in the morning.
No, you do, and I don't fight, I understand that the sun is not your
So-
friend.
Yeah, you have to,
Yeah.
concrete, you don't want to be out there at
No.
12.
And I don't blame them. It's just like an ample notice would have been beautiful, you know, and I'm pretty sure
So I can't speak to the building code, the noise ordinances or anything with the building department of the city of Newberry, but I'm sure that there's probably room for discussion in that. Also, if they're doing it in phases and they're working along, a lot of times those houses that have reached a completed, they don't have people living in them yet while the rest of the neighborhood is being built, just from my experience.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Yes, Ms. Woodcock.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I just think we're, once again, as Mayor Marlowe just stated a while back, that this is really not us. This is not anything to do with this meeting tonight or with approving or not approving what the developer is asking for at all. That's what I understand is that's what we need to do tonight. So all of these other issues will have to be dealt with as we develop. I don't think that, I don't know how to make a motion for this particular rezoning ordinance thing.
Well, I'll take a motion after deliberation is complete. During deliberation, it's just good to discuss any kind of comments that have brought up, and that was one of the comments that were brought up.
Yeah, I just only have one condition of moving the tiny homes outside the center. I mean, the development is fine where it is and how it's developed, but I just think that'll be an issue down the line, you know what I mean, for future issues, the neighbors seeing two tiny homes across the street from them, being in the middle of the development. Probably something we, like they said earlier, putting it in a phase, later in the phases of the project, but outside of that, I have no other issue or comment.
Now, our approval, just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, our approval to PRD, does anything that you just said and Linda reiterated that, you know, the noise, the tiny homes, that is not anything that has to be put in the motion. What we're looking for is a motion to move it to the PRD with the conditions per se of, you know, a developer agreement on the road improvements and, you know, paramount that everything is correct and in order as per city requires. Is that a correct statement?
Correct. And I would even say the condition of the tiny homes would come later when we actually do the site. So the topic tonight, right, is already a neighborhood. Do we like the PRD? I had one, I meant to ask this. JP, right now as it sits, are they allowed to put mobile homes in there? And if we change the PRD, would they be allowed to put mobile homes in?
Yes, they can do mobile homes today, and the master plan would kind of dictate the development that's allowed in there, but the PRD does not allow for mobile homes, but it does allow for duplexes and other site-built development.
Do we have any other, Ms. Baker?
Mr. Chair, I find this to be appropriate given it already is zoned residential and it wouldn't be a huge shift from what it currently is.
Okay.
But there is another staff recommendation on the, about the school board in our packet.
All right.
That should be included in our motion.
All right.
And Mr. I just want to take, while y'all are reviewing those notes, since we have a crowd, the school board and the school overcrowding issue is something I spend an awful lot of time on, and it's really important to understand that 60% to 70% of Newberry Elementary School are Newberry students. The school board buses in the other 60% to us The high school is only 40% Newberry students. The school board buses in the other 60% from outside of our city. Now, that doesn't make the issue any less. It just means that we should be more united on this issue of addressing it than we currently are. So I just always take the opportunity to point out that statistic, that fact, because to me it's a very relevant fact, because the school board could change the zoning laws and not ship those people to us. Newberry's growth would have plenty of opportunity for those desks.
All right.
May I address the board?
Yeah.
The conditions bolded on, in paragraph 1 on page 13?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. If we have nothing further to deliberate, I will entertain a motion. Whether to approve, approval conditions, continue, or deny the application.
I would try to make a motion. Maybe Attorney Walker could help me state it. Would that be something you could do?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure. The appropriate motion is to recommend to the City Commission to approve Ordinance 2022-34, application LDR 22-13, with the following condition: that the applicant shall work with staff to finalize the parameters of the development order, correct Scrivener's error, which I think takes care of Mike New's point that was made earlier, and to also incorporate the requirement that the developer work with the school board to provide for necessary concurrency for this project in the application.
I second that motion.
So I have a motion from Ms. Woodcock with conditions as stated by our city attorney, and I have a second from Vice Chair Long. Do I have any comments on the motion? Any public comments? Any public comments on the motion? It's just on the motion. All right, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimous.
Oh, you asked for
Yeah.
trying to do two things at one time, sorry.
Hey, you trust your chair.
Nobody talked, I was amazed.
All right. So with that being said, motion passes unanimous. Sierra, for your notes, thank you. All right, we were moving on to number. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Is that okay? 5-minute recess. We'll be right back at 7:40. There you go. All right, guys. All right, if we could just gather in the masses again, and we'll get through this. All right. Calling the meeting back to order at 7:41. Sorry being a minute late here. We're going to move on. Oh, where's our city attorney?
He'll make it back.
Okay. For now, can city staff read into...
We have new people, so we have to read the whole thing.
Oh, I do got to read the whole thing. We got new people in the audience, so now I got to reread this thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for reminding me of the legalities of this. Once again, we're entering in a quasi-judicial procedure. The Municipal Commission will stop being a legislative body and will be a judicial board, which means that we have to follow certain rules and adhere to a different standard of decision-making. The primary rule, we must follow concerns testimony and substantial and competent evidence. Standards must be met when the judicial board makes a decision. The standard states the following. All public testimonies will be taken under oath. Everyone testifying will be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits shall be entered into evidence. The giving of opinion testimony is limited to experts. Closing arguments will be limited to the evidence of the record. City Attorney, if you would be so kind to read into the ordinance number 3.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. This is ordinance number 2022-33, LDR 22-14, an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, relating to the rezoning of approximately 6.95 contiguous acres, more or less, pursuant to an application by the property owner of said acreage, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations, providing for rezoning from residential, single-family, RSF2 zoning district to the planned development, PD zoning district on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida. This relates to tax parcel number 01919-003-004, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, the appropriate motion at the appropriate time will be to pass ordinance number 2022-33, LDR 22-14, recommending approval to the City Commission. You can deny it, or you can continue it to a date certain in the future. Those are your 3 options.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you.
At this point, since we do have new members that have joined us, if you've been sworn in already, you don't have to be sworn in again. But if you are wanting to talk on any of the items that are being discussed, either now or on the next agenda item, I ask you now to stand to be sworn in. If you're going to make a comment, anything, please, now's your chance. Come forward. We got one. I don't know if that gentleman is you. Anybody needing to be sworn in because they're going to have a comment or talk? Please stand up now and raise your right hand.
We're going to go around the room, and you're going to state your name. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, starting with...
Maureen Milano. I do.
Roger. I do.
Sophie Lancaster. I do.
Max Lavin. I do.
All the witnesses have been sworn, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. All right. Any ex parte communication on this particular item? Ms. Woodcock? No. Ms. Polo? No. Vice Chair Long? No.
No.
Ms. Baker? No, I have not. All right. And then I'll just go through the explanation of the order of presentations. It'll be a staff overview first. The applicant will then go ahead and present. Then the staff will report and give us their recommendation. There have been no third-party interveners. At that time, we will ask public comments. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. There is a timer right there, and the reason we do ask that is if there is a lot of people wanting to discuss the item, it gives everybody an opportunity to do so. After public comments, the applicant may cross-examine. Staff may cross-examine, and then at that point, the members of the decision-making body, through the chair, may ask questions of the staff, applicant, party interveners, and the participants. And the participants' final argument may be made by the applicant, staff, related solely to the evidence and testimony presented at the hearing, and introduced to the record. The city attorney will advise the decision-making body as to applicable law and factual findings. Deliberation will take place, and after deliberation, we shall vote either to approve with conditions, continue, or deny the application. So, with that being said, staff, JP, long time no see.
Here all night. No call for us. Application. Right now, part of the Newberry Oaks neighborhood, there's a little triangle property at the northeast. It's currently zoned RSF2, and they want to make it PD for a very similar situation to the last application. Here's just a area map where you can see where it's located, Newberry Oaks, if you're familiar with the area. Here's an aerial of the property. You can see the undeveloped parcel at the northeast quadrant of the neighborhood. The current zoning district, again, is RSF2. The proposed is going to be PED, Plan Development. And here's the location of the subject property in relation to nearby mining operations. So I think maybe Newberry Oak residents that are here today can provide some insight on that. Yeah. The developer is proposing 23 single-family units. There are going to be 11 detached units, and there's going to be 12 attached units. A single-family attached unit is a townhouse, all right? Typically 2 stories, and because of the lot configuration, which is going to be 50 feet wide, that might mean 2 townhouses on 1 property, okay? The gross density is 3 per acre. The current land use is low-density residential. That's not changing here. Again, that density exists today. They can, well, there's a hardship that exists that I'll show you in a moment, but the density today is 4 units per acre, okay? And with RSF2, the lot requirement, similar to the last application, is 10,000 square feet per unit, per lot, so it's a much larger requirement. Should a certain Duke Energy easement that is 150 feet wide and run the southern span of the property not exist, they could probably do the 10,000 square foot lots and meet the current zoning. But because it does exist, it puts a big damper on the property. And it's marked, let me see if I can point, that doesn't show up well. Coming off the existing neighborhood, which is in dashed lines, there's a roadway, which is a stub road at the moment, that will feeds through the easement. The easement is shown with the open space drawing convention with the little grass, so that's the 150-foot. And if you've been in the area, you know those large power lines that run through that area, so that's 150 feet wide. That will remain open space. That's not going to change. They wouldn't be able to do anything but open space in there typically. And then they will be doing the units in the back. This is the plan that was submitted. There are some engineering constraints that may make some changes to the configuration of the streets, but that does not change the total number of units that they could do on the property, which is 28, though it seems like they're able to fit in 23 only at this time. But there is a potential for there to be 28 under current zoning, but with the current lot configurations and whatnot, it's 23 as proposed. Very similar to the planned residential development, the PD development allows the developer to be creative to get around certain problems with the property that may prevent a traditional development that wouldn't otherwise be possible. And our recommendation is that the Planning and Zoning Board recommend to the City Commission approval of the ordinance. Any questions for staff? Okay.
Sure we will. Applicant, is the applicant here? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Chris Potts. I've been sworn in. I'm the Director of Engineering for JP Pro. I'm here to elaborate more on what JP presented. And we're here requesting board's approval on the rezoning. So the project name, and the applicant is Joelle and Sophie Lancaster. Sophie's here, but fortunately her husband cannot join us today. He is overseas under the service for the government. So one thing I'd like to just clear up with the presentation that JP presented to you is we're actually requesting a rezoning from RSF2 to PRD, the planned residential development, not the planned development, just for clarification purposes. But as JP mentioned, the total site of the project is a little under 7 acres, with about over half of it encumbered by a Duke easement that's 150 foot wide, as most of you know, with the power poles coming through it. So with that, based on the current zoning, the lot requirements would actually make this property undevelopable from an economic standpoint. So that's the reason why we're requesting the rezoning change. One is because of the Duke easement, and then to adjust it to have a little more narrower lots to allow for a density increase. And so this is just the current zoning is RSF2 with the surrounding neighborhood to the south, same zoning, and then along the perimeter is agriculture. So what we're requesting is PRD, the maximum density of 28 lots and about 3.5 acres of common area and open space. So one goal, as I know was brought up in the last discussion, of what's going to go on in that open space. So we are going to have retention, and Duke has some significant requirements. We tried to shift some of the stormwater into the Duke easement to allow for the other common areas to be used by the residents, but unfortunately Duke would not allow that. So Sophie came up with a great idea that she would actually like to have a neighborhood garden, which will be permissible within the Duke easement for the residents. So we'll be able to use some of the Duke easement for activities for the neighborhood. So this is our PRD Master Plan. So there is an existing right-of-way that it's extended to our property line that we'll be connecting to from the neighborhood. As JP mentioned, the grass hatch is the common area, common open space. The cross hatch is where we're proposing lots, and then the brick pattern is what we're proposing right now for right-of-way. With the density, we are actually only requesting, we've made a modification that we provided at the last minute to JP and staff, is we're only going to be requesting for 3 attached units. So that we're significantly reducing that down. And that was at a request by Sophie herself. So we'll have, the rest of the units will be detached, single family, and then with 3 units of either townhomes or duplexes. No tiny homes, nothing in that nature. So as part of the quasi-judicial process, I'd like to give some expert testimony, and that'll actually be given by Logan Peters. She is actually the engineer of record for this. So she's going to come up, and we've put together some questions that she's going to address just generally from what we've heard from the city staff, from some of our neighbors. And, you know, if they don't address all your guys' concerns or questions, we'll be happy to come back later and answer any of them as well. So I'll turn it over to Logan.
Good evening, everyone. As Chris mentioned, my name is Logan Peters. I'm a professional engineer with JB Pro, and I'll just read down the questions. I know it's a little bit difficult to read, so that's bullet point number 1. Can I introduce myself? Have you worked with the concept design for Eden's Garden? The answer to that question is yes. I have worked very closely with a team of engineers to come up with the concept, as well as working with Sophie and Chris. What was your role? I am the project manager, and as Chris mentioned, the engineer of record who will be signing and sealing these plans. Are water and sewer service from the City of Newberry available to serve the project? Yes, they are, and we have a plan that has been reviewed by city staff showing where those connections will be made in the Newberry Oak subdivision. Has the concept plan been designed to ensure appropriate traffic connections? Yes, as you saw, there's only one possible connection for roadway travel. That's through the Newberry Oaks designated right-of-way that's already been platted. There's only, as John Paul mentioned, a maximum of 28 units allowed in this space, and so we're not expecting a significant amount of traffic to be impacting Newberry Oaks through this connection. Has the design accommodated the city and state stormwater management needs? Yes, it has. As Chris mentioned, we are proposing a stormwater basin which will attenuate all the runoff from the proposed development. Will the design provide buffers, open space, and common areas to meet or exceed City of Newberry LGR requirements? Again, as you saw on the master plan, we have about 50% of our developable area set aside as open space. Most of that is in the Duke easement, that 150 feet, which provides a significant buffer to the Newberry Oaks community. And that stormwater basin will be in the northeast corner, which will buffer against the agricultural development to the northeast. Will the building construction match the existing communities? Yes, it will. As we mentioned, there's only a handful of townhomes that are being proposed. Everything else will be single-family residential and will meet all of the City of Newberry LGR requirements for architecture. And lastly, will the final design have to be submitted to the City of Newberry, Swanee River Water Management District, and FDEP for the design and permitting approval? The answer to that question is of course, and we will be happy to go through all those steps if the board chooses to approve our rezoning application. So that's all I have. I think we'll turn it over to Chris to finish up. Thank you very much.
So we just kindly request at tonight's meeting that you guys follow, hopefully, staff's recommendation to approve the rezoning application and push us forward to the City Commission. At the end, when JP comes back, we'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. All right, at this point, staff, do you have anything else to report? I mean, you already gave us your recommendations. Didn't know if there was anything to add.
Yeah, for the record, Chris Potts is correct. The proposed zoning is planned residential development, not planned development. And just like to let the record show that that is a scrivener's error that needs to be corrected in the agenda summary. Going forward to commission, that should reflect planned residential development.
All right. I don't know if this should be brought up now, but can you just tell us, it's currently zoned residential single family?
Correct.
So, So they could technically, right now, if we didn't approve anything, they could do what? They could build 28 houses, correct?
They could try, but they wouldn't be able to because of that Duke Energy easement. You would not be able to construct a home underneath that easement. So because that easement exists, just like you had an easement in your backyard and you needed a variance because you needed to put your pool in a different part of your yard, this is kind of a hardship that they're experiencing with that big energy running, Duke Energy easement running through the property. They can't construct the homes there, and so they're going to change the zoning, not the land use. The density is there. They're not changing the density of what's being proposed. 28 units today, 28 units tomorrow.
So basically, they're not asking for anything different just because of the fact that Duke Energy has that. They have to have planned.
They're asking to change the minimum lot size, essentially, for the new development.
All right, thank you, JP. I just wanted that on the clarify. We're not.
You're not allowing more units than they could have today.
Thank you. All right, so with that being said, I just wanted to clarify that before public comment started. All right, so with that, thank you, JP. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Potts. I appreciate it. Any public comments, please be advised that at public comments, we do have Sierra monitoring the minutes back there. And if you could state your name for the record so she can make sure that she gets all the information down. There's quite a bit of chatter, so I mean, nobody has a public comment on this.
I'll start.
All right, thank you.
My name is Connie Clark.
Connie.
I have several items, one of which is their main entrance into this townhomes is actually a home lot. Yep. And you would have multi-development going through a neighborhood into over a home lot, which will now be a road. Because of the mine, all of our homes shake, so that the buildings on that property, I'm sure after not too long, will have cracks in them because of it. We have speed people in our neighborhood that go flying through there now. If you add all of those units, 28 units into half the actual area they can build in, we're going to have more speed. The noise of the construction over there is going to be crazy. All of those construction vehicles have to come through our neighborhood to get there. That's the only way you can access that, so we're going to have all those things coming through our neighborhood. Our property values are going to decrease because now in our neighborhood there's entrance to a multifamily development. And the power lines, oh, that's nice, they're going to have a garden there. That's not going to benefit any of us back there. And that's what I have that I've been taking notes on. But the big thing is the entrance to townhomes has to go through an existing neighborhood, which is so wrong on so many levels. Why can't they have another road come in from the back and leave us alone? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Roger Griebing, last name spelled G-R-E-B as in boy, I-N-G, just for the record. I live on the back lot back there, up against it. Let you know that the utility line, there is an earthen berm there that's going to have to be torn down. If it's left up, it will drain water onto the houses on that back lot. I have no drainage off my property to get it to the back, to the front, to the water line, to the street, whatever it is. I don't have a storm ditch in my yard. So that, I listen to the power line sing every night, which I love to do. I'm wondering if JCB has looked at endangered species. For the first time in 6 weeks, I've heard woodpeckers up in that field up there pecking away at the trees. I don't know if there's any pine trees up there in the farms, but I actually have heard woodpeckers pecking. So I don't know if there's any red-cockaded or whatever. So I don't know if scrub jays are in there. I don't believe there's any scrub oak, but like I said, I'd like the endangered species to be looked at. So, thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate that. All right.
Hello. Do I hit the green button?
No, she does it for you.
All right, she does it perfect.
You can just state your name.
Okay, my name is Maureen Villano. I'm a new Newberry resident. I've been here for only a year, and I wanted to come here because it was small for my son. I'm sorry, I'm going to try really hard not to cry, I promise my husband. I just get overwhelmed with these kind of things. We left Ocala for it to be small. Like, I like looking at the sunset with playing in the backyard with my son. My backyard backs up right to this, and just seeing that like empty lot, which could be a single family home, absolutely. I'd love to see another family back there, but like a whole development just overwhelms me. I'm running out of places where I feel like I can just keep a small small life for my son, and I would love that to stay single family and not a development. That was the question that was brought up in the other one, like, is this a place for a neighborhood? Like, this is not a place for, this is already a neighborhood. Like, this is a place for another home, absolutely, but not an entire, like, complex and apartments and townhouses and everything. So I guess that's it. I just hope that you guys can keep this 7 acres. I know that growth is inevitable. Again, it's going to happen, but this is 7 acres that we can protect and keep small and keep it in a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hi, my name's Katie Stakely. I live on 232nd Terrace, and I make no promises to my husband. We've been in that neighborhood for 10 years now, and I have a 10-year-old. We have literally raised him in that same home. To answer an earlier question, is this a front yard kind of city? It's become one. When we first moved there, I was too worried to let my son out the front door without me right there beside him because of the traffic that comes down 232nd Terrace. Some improvements have been made, the parking spots, the stop signs, but they do not completely slow down the traffic. In fact, some people see that stop sign to stop sign as their opportunity to see how fast they go. When we do park cars right across the street in those parking spots, we get the city of Newberry called on us for blocking traffic, even though we're inside those lines. We've gotten that phone call. So now my son and his friends, there's a group of about 4 of them that do like to ride their bicycles up and down that sidewalk, having, 56 more vehicles. You said there's 2 vehicles per home. That's what it's currently zoned for. We know that current family-sized vehicles do not actually fit into the garages that are being built. My husband's Expedition will not fit into our garage. So not only are there, vehicles coming through, there's extra vehicles outside of the home, on the street, in the driveways, blocking sidewalks, things like that. I think that's it. The one last thing, we are talking about, this is not an extension of our current neighborhood. This is a new development that is being added using our streets. So it's, yes, we want to be neighborly. Yes, we want to, extend, but this is basically a thoroughfare for this new community that goes through our home, that goes through our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate that.
Okay, hi. Take this off. I'm Amy Paget. Our house is directly across from the entrance to this this proposed new neighborhood. At 23 units, that's, at least 46 more cars that are going to be traveling up and down our road. The construction, I have questions as far as when is this supposed to begin? It doesn't sound like it's going to be phased out. It's another question would be, are these rental, is this like a rental type situation with the townhomes? We moved here for a reason. We left Gainesville to come back. I was raised out here, started work and a family in Gainesville, and I came back because I love a small town. I know that growth is going to happen. I understand that. I support that. But this is not even our neighborhood. We thought our neighborhood was done. We've gone through so many phases out there in Newberry Oaks. We thought we were finally done. And the reason that we got our lot in the very, very back was because we wanted that privacy. And so literally out my kitchen window, I'm going to be staring at another neighborhood entrance. It's just weird. It's not what we signed up for. And I'm concerned. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paget.
How you doing?
All right, how are you?
I'm good. I'm going to introduce myself, Alan and Carly Evans, and I just want to give you a quick background on us. I graduated from Newberry High School in 1979. I've lived here 50 years, which is probably longer than a lot of people. My wife and I have been married and lived here for 30 years. My wife was the original designer, and we were the original builders with Investors Funds of Canterbury, which is now the Alachua County Equestrian Center, Agricultural and Equestrian Center. We recently worked very closely with the city and county staff to facilitate the county purchasing of the Equestrian Center. And we're very glad that that went through. We willingly signed over our personal right-of-way or easement to make the Equestrian Center possible today. We're the current managers of the Alachua County Ag and Equestrian Center for the county right now. We work under contract through Southeast Horse Shows, our show company. We also own and operate Southeast Horse Shows and can confidently say that we, over the last 30 years, we personally are probably responsible for millions of dollars of revenue in Newberry and the surrounding areas. We've been here a while and been in business. They're going to max out this thing. That's the only way it's feasible, okay? And we understand this is, I understand this is a zoning meeting and we're not in the planning stage, for the final planning stage yet. But the Eden Gardens project, or the back triangular corner of Newberry Oaks, borders our entire west property line of our Tranquil Horse Farm that we've lived on and operated on this farm for 30 years. So we have the entire west side that's connected to this thing. This corner was used as an excavation dump by Weisman Builders while building Newberry Oaks. I personally watched many hundreds, maybe 1,000 dump trucks unload their excavated overburden from phases 1 through 5 of Newberry Oaks over a several-year period. As you well know, the largest part of this property involved has this interstate power lines from Duke and their right-of-way, which no one can build on. There's now a huge berm made from this overburden from Newberry Oaks, and this overburden is not great ground. It's not something you're going to grow a garden on. It's rocks, it's clay, it's not nice land, okay? It is a big, ugly berm. I like the fact there's a berm there because it does kind of give us a little bit of a break from and some privacy. Because of the interstate power lines, the total acreage may look like 7 acres on paper, but the builder can only construct housing on about 2 acres of the entire parcel. They're proposing 23 residential sites with 12 of them on only 0.8 acres. We are not against this project, I want to tell you, but we are very concerned about the crammed-in density and the quality of the housing that can affect everyone in the vicinity's property value. Once these builders are built out and gone with their large profits, all the adjacent landowners will be left with the consequences and will have to live with them from now on. With this very high density, I got 2 seconds here, if you'll give me. All right, with this very high density, thank you, I did just notice that. With this very high density, 23 residential sites will be on 2 acres. 23 residential sites will be, how many could you cram in here? I mean, that's a high density. If we don't control the quality and density of the construction, then all the adjacent landowners and beyond into Newberry Oaks owners will pay the price, and a decline in our investments. Our property values will be affected negatively.
All right, Mr. Evans, I'm sorry, but yeah, it's definitely, it's a minute and a half over. Maybe
Okay.
Carly. Carly, I would like to invite Carly to finish up for you.
And Sierra, can you
reset the 3 minutes?
Is our yellow light working?
I just don't want to
Hey.
No, it's okay. I hate to cut off people, but at the same time, we have to stick to the quasi-judicial 3 minutes.
She doesn't have to produce it, though, by the way.
What?
I said she's gonna.
You know who I
she's
am.
good, yeah.
Okay. While we believe that people have the right to use their own land to benefit themselves, we also believe that that should not impose drastically on the people around them. And we have a couple of major concerns with Eden's Garden. The first is the residential density of the project. Newberry is an agricultural community, and we understand that while we're trying to accommodate all the people who want to live here, and it seems like we are able to do that. I heard somebody say we have 7,000 houses coming or something like that, that there's plenty of housing. We're trying to accommodate all the people who want to live here. However, allowing a project that puts 23 homes with over half of them being attached on 2.1 acres with maximum heights I saw of 45 feet, which means 3 stories. This completely negates the rural agricultural atmosphere that we've had in Newberry for over 30 years at our horse farm, and it's also part of the reason why people want to move out here. Our second issue for us is that we are already considered an attractive nuisance as a horse farm. Our entire western property line borders the proposed project, and our horse paddocks are on that property line. To protect our neighbors and our horses, we've already gone to great lengths and expense to keep uninvited guests off of our property and out of our horse fields. The high density of Eden's Garden increases that risk that we now have to assume. Consider this. We've already have 2 parallel fences, 15 feet apart, that creates a lane buffer before you get to our horses. We have already had many times neighborhood people of all ages on our property, walking in our lanes, actually in the fields with the horses, trying to chase them, pet them, play with them. And what else can we do? So again, now we're looking at a development right on our border that now we have to assume more responsibility to protect ourselves from liability. Again, we're not against the project, we're against the density of the project. So in closing, we strongly request that the project only be permitted with single-family detached homes that's more contiguous with the Newberry Oaks neighborhood. And we ask that the maximum height be held to a 2-story limit. And of course, that is built in the upscale Florida vernacular. The one last thing is that we see in every other project, and we've spoken with city staff about, and that's connectivity. If there's going to be houses on that property, we should have connectivity to our land that someday might get used down the road. We don't ask for any personal use of it right now, but in the future, it would offer that property to connect to our property, connect to the proposed Week property, connect to the Ag Tech Park. So we do ask that that be a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans. All right, thank you, Alan and Carly. I appreciate the comments. Do we have any other public comment on this? Wait, one more, what?
Name's Roy Paget. Thank you for listening, everybody. I'll just reiterate everything she just said. When we moved in, I'm Amy's
I was about to ask, are you related to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We live in the same house, too. When we moved in 7 years ago, Weisman built our house. And we talked to him because we saw this odd lot across the street. It was owned for single-family home. 7 acres, we thought that was weird. It's a weird plot. Back before it was bought and fenced off, it's all, people would walk back there, walk their dogs. So it is kind of a weird shape, and I didn't know. But the power lines are right there, huge. We asked Weisman about it. He's like, no, it's a single-family home. So it's zoned for that. So it's in the very back of the neighborhood, so we thought nothing of it. It's a nice, quiet street in the back of a quiet neighborhood. And when I heard about this, ignorance breeds fear. And so everybody's like, oh, it's going to be this and this. I'm like, nah, if worst case scenario, they'll throw a few buildings back there, maybe a couple duplexes. 23, my jaw dropped. And it's a done deal. It's their land. They're going to build what they're going to build on it. But I wouldn't. My recommendation was not allow for just to pack as much as you can. I know it's more profitable, but if it's big enough to do that, why didn't they just add another phase in Newberry Oaks? You know what I mean? Like, if you can put that many houses in it already, why isn't another phase? And evidently there was something back then that they thought wasn't right. So, and I doubt that's changed, other than you can fit more stuff in it now if you change it. So I just ask that you guys think about it and try to keep it the same as the neighborhood, even if it's something named different. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paget.
Good evening. Do I have to state my name or?
Yes, please state your
Okay.
name for the record.
Sophie Lancaster. So I just want to clear up some misconceptions and let you guys know that we're not a national home builder or anything like that. In fact, my husband and I have been residents of Newberry since 2005, and we live in Newberry Place. And so when we came upon this land, we were looking for land to build, actually another home for ourselves. But when we came across this, we did put in our offer, and we decided the concept of developing that plot, because even prior to us purchasing it last November, just driving in the neighborhood and seeing that open piece of land, it's really unkept, it was wild grown, and it seemed like this was an opportunity to actually just continue the beauty of the neighborhood. So we're not looking at maximizing the, I guess, the number of homes that can be built in the area. Logan and I have been working on concepts, and they're definitely under 23 homes. In fact, the one that we're considering is approximately 17 homes maximum. So, and the idea of the garden is obviously just to use that space that is just open to, again, bring, just to make it a more serene type of neighborhood. And when we look at the multi-family units, we're considering like 3 duplexes. So this is not like an apartment complex or anything like that. And I just want to clear that in case there's some fears that we're not coming to, we wanted the value of the homes that we bring in that area to actually not bring down the whole neighborhood. So we are very aware, because this is my neighborhood, this is my city, and I want to make sure that I remain a good neighbor. And my husband and I, are excited to hear your ideas and also take that into consideration as we continue with the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lancaster.
You want to come back up?
No, sorry, every resident gets the first opportunity. There'll be another opportunity once a motion's on the floor.
All right, do we have any other public comment on this matter? All right, hearing none. At this time, we'll ask the applicant if they want to cross-examine. No? Staff? Nothing. All right, members of the decision-making body through the chair may ask questions of staff, applicant, and the participants.
I'm still confused about how many homes, I'm confused about exactly how many acres for building there are. I don't care about Duke Energy stuff. I just want to know that particular area. How much is there, and how many actual homes, single-family homes, and how many, I don't know what y'all are talking about, 2-story or 3-story or whatever, but how many homes are going to be on that, and how many acres is it actually? Usable acreage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is approximately 4.12 acres that are outside of the Duke easement.
Usable.
Usable, correct.
Meaning buildable on.
Correct.
Sorry, go ahead. How many?
4.12 acres, approximately.
Does that include roads?
So that's the usable acreage, that's excluding the Duke easement. Now, with the process of the rezoning, we are asking for flexibility in the total number of units. And so our submittal is requesting a maximum of 28 lots. Now, we adjusted our attached units to be reduced from what our original request was down to 3. So as Mrs. Lancaster mentioned, she's looking for roughly 3 units of attached. The rest would be all single family. Now going through, so there's the theoretical maximum that is required in doing a rezoning, and then there's what can be practically fit into a piece of land. So going through that process, as she mentioned, we think we can get between 15 and 17 units in that area based on that. Now I can see a lot of you are doing some calculations. You have to recall that the Duke easement is part of the total acreage. So when you look at the underlying land use of 4 units per acre, you can't exclude the Duke easement. So it is 4 units times the total acreage that is owned. So that's how that number's calculated, just to.
Can you follow that, Miss Linda?
No,
So
I do not, Mayor
current
Marlowe.
zoning 28, right? In practice, not 28, right? What they're asking for would get them, and I've heard residents say numbers and you say numbers. The number you said, which is quasi-judicial, we need to listen to the expert, is 17? 17 single family?
In the rezoning, we're asking.
Hang on, folks, we really gotta listen to the answer so that we can have a conversation.
So in the rezoning package, we're requesting for 28 maximum units.
Okay.
The lesser number is what we're developing as an actual concept that is not part of the rezoning package when we get into final development.
But if we were to pass this or approve it, we don't pass, we approve. If we were to approve, then it's still at 28. And what is the difference in single family and attached? What are we talking?
So there's single family detached and single family attached. Attached could be duplexes, townhomes, any product that shares a common wall, similar to like what an apartment would be, where you have a neighbor and you have a common wall.
But it could be a 2- or 3-story apartment complex.
No, it cannot. It can only be a single family.
Over there at Nexus Stonehouse, those are townhouses above
Right.
Stonehouse. So they're individual, but they share a wall. That would be a townhouse.
And they're all sold and owned. So there's no, it's not going to be a rental community. It's going to be sold and purchased. Oops.
It's basically just, what they're going for is the same number, just putting them into a smaller area because they can't with the easement. So they're looking for, in practice, what will probably be fewer homes than what could be put there through the zoning because of the easement. So they're just packing more homes into a smaller area. And Mr. Rick, could I actually ask a question, because I think it has legal bearing before we continue with this deliberation.
Anytime you say legal, I have to look at Scott, so.
Well, JP used a word, and I don't know if he used it in the legal sense to the word or if he just used it in the common sense, but you said that the applicant has a hardship that you were going to go into later, and the hardship ended up being the lines. Now, for your edification, in a quasi-judicial, if the applicant has a hardship, then they fall into a different category of things that they could ask. I'm curious because, so I guess I need more history of this, where when this was originally platted, were those lines not there and Duke has now created a hardship on that? Or were the lines always going to be there and no one was ever going to be able to plat that? Because I think that is the salient point here, right? Did the person buy this property with the power lines there, in full knowledge that the power lines were there, right? In that case, then I wouldn't use the legal sense of hardship, right? Because everyone sort of had the same information at the front. If that was after the fact, then the applicant can claim a hardship and they can say, we need help because something that Duke did or the city allowed Duke to do has limited our ability to make money.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You are correct. It was colloquially, I was using it, not a legal term. I would call it a site constraint, not a hardship. But that is necessitating the change, the request here today.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock?
Yes, of course. I still have a problem with why we're even dealing with Duke Energy or what Duke Energy's land is or who it belongs to Duke Energy. And I have dealt with and have with right-of-way stuff, and it is what it is. It belongs to Duke Energy, and there it is. So it's not part of your property.
So, Mr. Chair, if I can, the underlying land is actually owned by Mrs. Lancaster. When Duke says right-of-way, they refer to their easement, not a public right-of-way in the sense of a roadway. So her land, actually, she owns a significant portion of that easement that Duke has their power poles on. So in essence, she does own it. It's not buildable because Duke has their easement, but Duke has no ownership rights to the land.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Paul. Sorry, I was thinking to myself.
No, you're ignoring me. It's fine. Just kidding. So, just to clarify, what we're approving today is just the rezoning, like how things are handled down the road as far as site plan approval is concerned. That's a different matter because those are where my questions lie. Like, can we get a temporary easement for temporary access for construction? I mean, I've had experience on job sites where we have received that from either Duke Energy or Florida Power coming in the backside of a complex to avoid driving through streets and damaging those roads with heavy equipment. Is that something that, if that were a possibility to help ease the construction, or is that something that's for further down the road?
So, yes, tonight we're just discussing the actual zoning of the property. But yes, down the road, we will investigate alternatives for construction access.
Sorry, can I follow that up really quick, Mr. Chair? I would like to just say that, like, the way that this is already zoned, she could already go out there and build 28 houses, correct?
No.
Not with the,
Yes.
not with the way the zoning is.
With the current zoning is, it's RSF2, and based on the land use, you're allowed 4 units per acre. So the difference, the reason for the request for the zoning is not the density increase or the intensity, it's the size of the lots. So that's what the request for the plan development is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you want me to go or do you?
I can go.
Go ahead.
I think my question's probably for staff, but you maybe know the answer too. For most plan developments, we've seen they're required to connect to an arterial line, I thought. Why does this one not have that condition?
So the streets in the Newberry Oaks neighborhood are public streets. I'm not aware of a requirement for them to connect to an arterial road way. I think we necessarily have 2 in the city of Newberry, which are...
Maybe
Sorry.
I misphrased that, sorry.
No
But
worries.
like they're, so because the streets are public roadways
Yes.
within Newberry Oaks, that is sufficient for it to be the only connection in and out of a new subdivision.
Right. It's a really misconceiving, just the way it's developed, you would think those are private roads, HOA roads, right? And you would be like, oh, they're building a neighborhood through another neighborhood. But it's not the case. Those are actually public streets. And that's why you heard a neighbor complain earlier about getting a ticket for parking on public streets in Newberry Oaks, because that's our right-of-way necessarily. And I just wanted to, while I have the mic on, address that the stub out there that you see is not actually a home lot. That is an intended street there, connection street.
Yeah, I'm looking at the layout from not just the city, but the state. That home site it looks like it's a home site, but it's actually considered Northwest 30th Court.
That's
Is that correct?
Yes, it's also part of her, right now it is not a dedicated right-of-way.
Right.
It is actually part of the property that Mrs. Lancaster owns.
Miss, did you have another question?
I do, but I'll go later.
No.
No, go ahead.
All right, so my concern is, let me go back to my notes from everybody's. My biggest concern is, I know quite a few people that live here. That doesn't sway. What does get to me is the fact that there is still, even though it's decreased, there is still mining operations happening. And I have a personal friend that lives all the way in the front of this area, and she's having foundation issues from the mining, and she lives the furthest away from this. So my concern, and I feel as the chair of our board, I need to address this concern. Like, I feel like if mining was completed and they're done, they closed up shop and they're moving up north, which that's their plan, they're moving. But it's not done just yet. This is a concern that is going to create issues for the current housing that's going on. That's number one, is the safety, the mining. Not to, and I don't want to get started on the sinkhole issues in that neighborhood. That's the biggest sinkhole issues I sit on a few of the I'm an admin on quite a bit of these forums online, and anytime a sinkhole opens up, I close my eyes and I'm like, please don't be there, and it is. My assistant coach actually lives 3 houses down where the sinkhole happened in his backyard, which happens to be around this area. And then hearing from other, I have a high regards to Mr. Allen and Carly Evans, from their dedication of giving, what they've done for the city as well. They've witnessed the growth of this place, and they've seen what's been happening to this back area. My concern is, I feel like they have a valid point, is how do we know that this wasn't used just as a dump site for all the construction? Because it seems like from the mapping that I'm seeing from Google Maps, and Google Maps is giving me a visual, it does look like this was, a lot of stuff, excess stuff from the construction site was just like, hey, let's just unload it here, which is understandable. I mean, it's an empty lot. So that builds up more concern of all the cleanup, all the phases that's going to have to happen, all the moving. And I don't see where there's any kind of possibility for the Evans, or even what Ms. Polo was saying, an access road to help clear for construction to move in. You will have to be utilizing these residential homes, or the public streets. Let me rephrase that. But it's going to build up a lot of traffic, a lot of issues. I'm not per se against the fact of building homes. This is their land, okay? But I'm looking, the majority of these homes are 2-story houses. None are a duplex, none are a townhouse, and all of a sudden we are trying to squeeze duplexes and townhouses into this back section. I personally feel with the mining operations going on, and with all the construction and where it's located and the easements that we're dealing with Duke, this was single family. I mean, we probably wouldn't even have this conversation. This would probably be a little bit easier to deal with. But it just doesn't, I'm looking at the map and it just doesn't make sense. I visited this place, I've seen this place several times. It just doesn't add up of, we're gonna put 3 townhouses in the back of this neighborhood of 2-story single family homes. Then again, I run into the private ownership of, they can do what they want on their development as long as they're in their legal rights to do so. But this is where we step in as a board. Right now their legal rights is to build single-family homes. And we are asking us to change this into duplexes, which to me is concerning with all the issues that are arising from this. This is not a one-off issue where you only have like one resident. You have multiple residents from this particular area having some very valid concerns. I mean, this is the first time that I've chaired a meeting that I've had more than 10 citizens concerned about one particular area. Usually the planning and zoning doesn't get this. That's usually saved for a commission meeting. And when this happens, it does raise a red flag as a chair for this area and what we're looking at rezoning this to, from single family to try to put, even though it's not 28, but 23 or 17 for what it could be served for. So my thing is, what you stated before, Ms. Polo, on the previous, sinkholes, huge issue. And then the other thing I have is not just the sinkhole, but the mining and what that mining is going to do to those homes and to that foundation and the ground area of that area, of where we're looking at. Has there been any geotech for sinkholes?
Geotechnical report.
For this particular area?
Yes, there has, and there's no, they did not find any concerns for sinkholes. Now, to address your couple of questions, as far as the unsuitable material, during construction, they have to go through the process of making sure what they're building on is suitable. So there's different ways that we can address that. Now, one would be is we could use that unsuitable material to be placed within the Duke easement instead of hauling it off site. So that's the other benefit of having the Duke easement. Additionally, with the blasting and the construction of the homes, a state requirement is that the homeowners who will be moving into this will have to be informed of the blasting. That's just part of a state statute that they will have to be notified before they purchase their house.
Guys, sorry, but
that is a state statute requirement that realtors have to follow, that if they know there's any environmental sensitive concerns, sinkholes, sound, they have to notify the buyer before closing of those concerns. Now, the same with the house construction. With the vibration of the blast, the foundations have to be designed and constructed to meet those requirements, or the builder themselves are liable for those aspects. So, I mean, those are just precautionary items that will be addressed during, construction, but those are valid concerns.
Mr. Chair.
yes.
And I want to reiterate again that in a quasi-judicial, we don't have any experts here to testify to mine blasts or those kinds of things. The site has already been approved for houses by a commission many, many years ago. I think you guys sold some of the land to Wiesman that allowed all this, to happen. But that, at that time, there was no mining that was happening this way, and so that commission approved it, and here we are today. But the mining and those kinds of issues are, again, just to keep us on the point today, that's not what we're here to discuss. I've sat in many of your living rooms and talked about the mine blasts and gone over state regulations and all of those kinds of things, and we can continue to have those conversations. Hopefully the mine's going to finish out. They tell me they're about 2-3 years out, and then they'll be done. What's the timeline for this project?
With the rezoning and then going through final engineering and development, and then if you add on construction, you're probably 24 to 36 months out from
24
actual
months from breaking ground.
I would say the breaking ground for the site work would be within 12 to 18 months, but then an actual homeowner coming in would be 24 to 36.
Okay, and I share Ms. Woodcock's confusion, because one, people keep hollering out numbers. So if we just did single, and please just let him answer the question. If we just did single family, right? If this body doesn't recommend a higher density, how many single family houses could you realistically get? Don't worry about what you could with the zoning. How many could you realistically get in there?
So we're not requesting a higher density because the current land use right now is 4 units per acre.
Could you just give me a number?
The total acreage, it would be 28 units.
28 houses you could fit in there right now if this board doesn't recommend.
Correct.
Okay.
That is what the legal right of...
On the 4 usable acres? Because I see...
No, the total acreage.
4 by 4 is 16, right?
Correct, but...
So, guys, please, I'm trying to get it...
When you look at a land use, it gives you the parameters of the owned property.
Okay.
So
you're saying...
there's theoretical and then there's realistic.
And that's what I'm asking.
Zoning is based on theoretical and not realistic.
Right. So I'm asking the realistic number. If this board says we don't want the duplexes, we don't want the townhouses, just have to do single family. Realistically, how many could the property owner
We could
build?
probably get about 8 to 10.
8 to 10. And what you're asking for would allow the back to the 23 to 28? I've heard both of those numbers.
So we're requesting that the PRD allows a maximum of 28 units.
28 units, but you, in practice...
In practice, we're going to get between 15 and 17.
So what we're talking about here is the difference between 5 to 6 houses.
Correct.
Okay, so how how many townhouses are we, because the audience is saying you're asking for half. I heard you say 3.
Yes.
What's the...
We were requesting 3 attached units.
So that's 3 attached units altogether. So
Correct.
3, so it would
So
basically be what's over Stonehouse right now. That's 3.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So out of your 17 that you're going to get, 3 that you're asking for, 3 of them would be attached.
Correct.
14, I don't teach math, 14 would be single family around, right? So we're talking about the difference between 10 and 17 and 3. Is that, I think I got it now in my head. I appreciate everybody being quiet so we can figure that out.
Well, I thank you for clarifying, because that was what I was trying to get, but I still am, there's 7 acres, but some of that acreage is unusable for whatever reason. I don't want to get into reasons, I don't care. So basically, we're talking about 4 acres. 4 usable acres.
I think you're thinking about it think about it in terms of, if you guys say we don't think it's a good idea, they move forward and build 10 houses. If you recommend that this is a good idea, then they go to the commission with a plan to build 17 houses.
Wow.
So you're talking about the difference of 7 houses from what they could already do by right and what they're asking to do. That's the difference. Well, 4 houses and 3 townhomes. Is that, got it. Y'all might already had it.
I think what we really need is a whiteboard.
And Mitch, I had one more, because I think the other issue here is that this is not the last phase of Newberry Oaks. This is Eden Garden.
Correct.
Right?
So this is a separately owned parcel that is, so every parcel by state statutes has to have access to a public right-of-way. So when I assume the reason why they left that tract of land between the 2 lots is to meet that requirement, that the Weismans left that piece alone. So this is not associated with the existing subdivision.
And is there, to the Evans question, is there a way, if we move forward, to leave a similar path to on their property so that 10 years from now they could sell their property to build more houses?
Yes.
And then how would that mean that property then would also still go? I mean, eventually these developments have to go somewhere else than other through the neighborhood, right? This 7 acres doesn't really have a viable option for that, but.
Correct. So if there were road stubs to the east and the north to the surrounding agricultural land, unless those pieces of property connect to another public right-of-way, then their access would be through the subdivision.
Okay. And I take it it's just not financially feasible to move forward to build 10 houses?
That is correct.
Okay.
So the extra, the detached, you're saying 3, correct? I meant the attached.
The attached units is a total of 3.
3. And out of those attached, how many can be built on one? Like how many townhouses can be in one attached? There's 3 attached, units.
Each unit is, so you have 3 units that are attached. Each unit is a single residence. So in other words, you have a building that shares 2 walls. You'll have one in the center that shares its exterior walls, 2 other units.
So that would be 3 and 1, correct?
Will be one attached building with
3 homes in it. 3. Okay, so that comes out to 9 potential homes inside those 3.
No.
I was thinking 6, when they said detached.
That's what I was getting at.
2 each portion, right? One building.
One building, 3 units, 3
of those.
3 families, one of those.
Oh, one of those.
One of those. So there's one family lives in each unit.
There's one building.
Yeah.
One building.
3
Right.
units.
Yeah.
We got one townhouse and all the same.
That's the thing that's perplexing to me is I'm looking at what's currently there. I mean, I'm looking at an aerial view of what's currently there and then trying to visualize what they're trying to put. And it just, to me, it just doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. I can't put it together, making this into a PRD and then having them, be, the ability to do, they can do up to 20, even though it's 17 is what they're stating. It just doesn't, to me, it just doesn't add up.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Yeah.
What's because I've heard 3 stories and I've heard 2 stories. What's the height difference and what's the height of a 2-story house? Because there's a lot of 2-story houses in Newberry Oaks. What's the height difference between a 2-story house and a townhouse?
So it depends. Typical from one floor to the other is 10 to 12 feet.
Okay.
So, but then you have pitch lines on the roof. So typically townhouses are more narrow. And we're only looking for 2 stories, but because of the pitch of the roof and the architectural features, it's going to be higher than a typical 2-story house.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is if I'm on the 2nd story, do you perceive my ability to see greatly over everyone else, or will just be the pitch of the roof that will make it look higher?
So the 2nd story windows and bedrooms would be at the same elevation
As a 2-story house?
As a 2-story house.
Okay. I mean, when I think of New Country Way, there are townhouses, cottages, and larger lots. So I guess I don't have the same hang-up of the ability to merge these things. This one, it just seems to be dropped in, but it's one building. But we have lots of neighborhoods that have various types of homes inside the neighborhood. The New Country Way has duplexes at the beginning, and then you go into single family in the back. If you took away this, you've got 3 homes I just lost the word. You got 3 homes in this one structure.
Right.
If you took that away, can you still put 2 smaller lots on that? So we're really only talking about the difference of one.
Correct.
So, I mean, if this is the hang-up of the neighborhood.
Right, so the question is, the reason for the attached units is for a range of economic support. So their goal for the subdivision is for the working class. There's not going to be low income. It's not a HUD neighborhood that has federal funds subsidizing it. It's traditional, single family, neighborhood. And the reason for the attached units is to help with the cost of those units for purchasing.
My point is, if it keeps the peace of the neighborhood,
And-
we're really only talking now between the difference between 16
Correct.
houses and 17.
And so
that answers
to Chair's point, we'd be amendable to, if you guys requested a condition to staff to take that out of our request for the PD or the PRD, we'd be amendable to that, to have only single-family detached.
Hey, we could have started with that.
And that would have alleviated a lot of issues here. Because I think, from the comments that I've read so far have been, well, obviously the traffic, but the new development not being concurrent with what's existing. Everything I've heard so far is from several people have been, I'm not against the single family homes. What I'm against is the whole fact of now we're gonna look into townhouses or duplexes in a place that, you have single family homes, even though you can consider it duplex single family, that's not really what reality versus legality. So pretty much almost everybody's comment today has been they're not against single family. And I think I would have a lot of people a lot happier neighborhood and people not waiting for me outside if we had this conversation before of, hey, listen, we'll consider scratching the attached because that makes life a lot easier here. Do I have like a head nod from my board on that?
Well, if you scratch the attached, then do you add 3, since it's a 3?
They can get 2 out of that. They get 2 out of that. You scratch the detached, they still can have 2 lots on that. So they're only losing 1. So now the only difference here is they can do 10. They're asking for 17. You scratch the detached, they can do 16. It's a compromise.
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay.
And we still have another agenda item tonight.
I know, I'm aware.
And a break.
Yes. And a
bathroom break. Yeah.
Any other comment?
You do.
Well, yeah, you guys get to make a comment once we get a motion on it.
2 minutes.
Right.
No, 10 seconds.
No, your wife talked for 3 minutes and you said it was only gonna take you 2 seconds.
Right now, we're at the member decision making. We can ask questions of the applicant staff. And then we can do a final argument, but I think we pretty much gathered that phase together. And the city attorney, I know that new people showed up, but you already advised the decision-making body of Ample and.
Advice as to the decision-making body?
Yeah. Because since more people showed up after you said it.
I see. Yeah, if they intend to comment, well, we're past that, so so I don't think we need to.
We're good on the advising decision-making body as applicable law and factual findings.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. And deliberation, we pretty much deliberated the same thing. All right, so I'll entertain a motion, and then from there, we can get a second on the motion. Once we get a second, we can go back to public comment on that motion, correct? 2 minute, 3 minute, what is it?
2 minute, and the recommended motion will be on the board with the caveat that the attached housing is removed.
Correct. Is removed. The attached housing will be removed.
Are we ready for a motion?
Whenever you are.
It's time for me to take my medicine.
Oh,
That's
did you
my
want Lon to
alarm.
make the motion?
It's my medicine alarm. I'll go right back to our attorney. He can help me with this.
You want to help her with the motion on that one?
Happy to do so, Mr. Chair. The proper motion is for the Planning and Zoning Board to recommend to the City Commission approval of Ordinance 2022-33, an application LDR 22-14, with the condition that the parties commence immediately the discussion of and enter into a development agreement, that the intensity be limited to only single-family detached dwellings, and that there was also discussion about providing notice. It's a Florida law, but there will be a provision for notice of mining activity as to adjacent property. That would be my recommendation for the motion.
And the adjacent, the other connector road.
Yeah, the adjacent, good catch. To allow connectivity.
Connectivity, thank you.
That's my motion.
All right, we got a motion from Ms. Woodcock. Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
I have a second from Vice Chair Long. Do we have any comments on the motion on the board?
Mr. Chair, I do want to make a comment. I still have concerns that there's only one entrance into this area through the entire neighborhood.
Right.
And there's no other way in and out of the planned development. I also have concerns about the mining situation, which have been discussed, but I want them on the record that those are my concerns.
And those are stated as well as my concerns, and I believe the connectivity issue is part of that motion, is to look into city staff to find out how we can make another connectivity to help the Evans as well as others for the construction.
And my concern also would be the same, the fact that that's an established neighborhood that I guess they're city streets, it sounds like, but it's still, that's the only way in and out.
Yeah.
And then there are a lot of kids that live up in there.
All right, so I got a motion and I have a second from Vice Chair with the conditions as stated by the city attorney. Public comment on the motion. Ms. Clark?
And Connie Clark. My public comment is, if you're going to have them put single-family homes, then why change the zoning from single-family homes?
I can't answer that. So if I'm not mistaken, from what we heard from staff, right now, they have the ability to do, what was it, 28?
The current density allowed by the land use is 28 units total.
Right. And this would change it to 16?
The land use is not changing. What is changing are the zoning regulations. They're going from a single-family zoning district, which requires a lot size of 10,000 square feet, to a planned residential development to allow them a smaller lot size that will allow them to fit or take advantage of the existing density on the land.
But back to the math that the mayor, that's not his strong point.
Painstaking.
Yeah.
So
we're going from 16 to 17, or
10
no,
to 16.
10 to 16.
But he said 10,000 square feet on usable land. They can't build under those power, so they
Right.
can't put houses under there. Their property would have to be 10,000 square feet per house. If you
Mr.
didn't do
Chair,
anything.
Go ahead.
I think the answer to the question is, in the PRD, we have the opportunity to continue having these conversations about what we would like, right? In the existing zoning, they have the ability to just go ahead and move forward with the 10 houses if they wanted to. So this zoning allows for more dialogue back and forth, right? It helps us to come to the compromise that we've been able to come to tonight. If without that, they could just decide to move forward if they wanted to without having this conversation. That's the planned, the planned part of it. I think that's the benefit.
Okay. We'll see you next meeting.
Hey, do you need my name again? Okay, thank you. Can we put the map back up? I know I only have 2 minutes and it's 1:55 now. You know the map that shows it? Could it come back up? Okay, so we're talking about like 4 acres realistically, right? Because of the power lines. So back there is where the proposed homes are. And my math is just not adding up, but I think realistically he mentioned something about 8 to 10 in that. And we're talking 16 is what the newest number is. I mean, that's still possibly, and that's still,
That's a lot of traffic on our street, but if you look at how much they're proposing to put in that small area, we don't even have that many houses in all of that area. Sorry. If you look at what they're proposing for that little small area in the corner, we don't even have that many houses in all of that area. I mean, it's so dense. There's so many people packed into that small area, and again, I don't understand it. I don't see it. So, but yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, guys. Melina Parker. Hi,
Hey,
everyone.
Ms. Parker.
I actually have more of a question. So it's from 10,000 square feet to then what lot size if we change it?
5,000, 50-foot width.
So you want to cut them in half?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to cut them in half, just for the record.
The propose is to cut them in half. I have all the same concerns. I've only lived there for a year, but we love it. It's small, our kids run around, so I don't know. I like it where it's at. I'd be okay with 10. I think 16, 17 is crazy, but that's just me.
Thanks, Ms. Parker.
Run up here, save time. Katie Stakely. I think in addition to thinking about the children and the traffic flow, we also have to take into consider public safety and access to emergency services. So if I have a emergency and there needs to be an ambulance, a fire truck, a sheriff's department, somebody going down that road, what is going to be their response time to an area that is all the way back, cutting through public streets in a residential area?
Thank you.
I don't want to contradict myself, but a PRD, with my experience in talking with the staff and other developments, is kind of our friend. For the PRD, we can have discussions, put something back there so that it's kept nice and have a nice area back there without getting into the bad stuff that nobody wants to get into. I mean, and we're going to have the opportunity to come back up in front of the commission and develop a nice neighborhood and have everybody happy.
Correct.
A PRD is kind of a friendly thing for us. Without it, we risk having a lot more go wrong that we don't have any control over. So.
Hey, Mr. Evans you're spot on. Thank you. Mr. Padgett.
Hey there. So ultimately what this is going to boil down to, I mean, we're talking about the zoning, so we can talk about everything else. If you keep it the same, they're 10,000 square foot lots, and you can only fit so many in that area, period. If you change it to PRD, you double the number of houses you put in there. That's it. That's it. The number you keep hearing is 4 times 7 gives you 28. That's where you keep hearing that number. I wish y'all could change that. But when you do 4 times 4, you get 16. Okay, but that doesn't matter because it's 4 times 7, so it's 28, because that's whatever regulation. But if you vote to keep it the same, you have 10,000 square foot lots and there's less houses, you put PRD, you put more houses in the store.
All right. Do we have any other public comment? All right. So I understand the whole wanting less houses, but like back to Mr. Evans' statement, I know he doesn't want to contradict himself, but PRD is the safest bet on it, even though you're asking. Right. It's limiting what can be done there, guys. We really try to hear what you're saying, and we try to meet halfway. You got to understand that, it's also private property. We want to take you into consideration as well. You do own land there, so it puts us in a really tough spot. We felt like, getting rid of the attached would honestly be a huge thing, because I mean, if you think about it as an investor, a townhouse is a lot more money. Okay. So we got to give and take here a little bit. So the PRD, I feel, as your chair, would be one of the safest bets, because you do have a chance to come back and have a say in what's getting planned versus, yes, there's 10,000 square foot, but you can't, you're really, it's up in the air. Versus a PRD, you're gonna have to have some sort of plan in place. So with that being said, you have,
Mr. Chair, could I make one comment real quick?
No, you're done.
Please, sorry.
Yeah.
Just remember that I appreciate all of you showing up for this. This will be heard at a commission meeting, and you should show up to that as well, because one of the things that I've seen happen here over and over is that people show up for the planning and zoning meetings, and then they don't show up for the commission meetings to make their comments heard. So please do that.
It doesn't stop with us. We give the recommendation to the commission. However, the commission takes our recommendations, but wants to hear the public voice.
Mr. Chair, I want to address the public safety comments, because I think we always should have that conversation. And Member Baker, expressed concerns about the entranceway. But, I'm trying to count in my head, when you go into I keep using Country Way as an example. When you go into Country Way, they have cul-de-sacs that they have in that have roughly 16 houses, and each of those really only have the one road in and out, right? So, there's 2 entrances and exits from Newberry Oaks. I think there should have been 3, right? Because that's become a really big neighborhood. But what? You got the one by Canterbury, one off on 235.
And on Newberry Lane.
Oh, that's right. There is 3. Yeah. Well, there needs to be one in the north side. That's in my brain. Yeah, we'll make that happen, right? But we always, and the developer will have to, address this as we move forward. Make sure that ambulances can get in and out. It's one of the reasons why we struggle with neighborhoods with all the on-street parking. Is because it blocks the ambulance from being able to get, when I have cars parked on both sides. The ambulance has to. That's why we're trying to get in there and paint where you can park on the street to make sure that the ambulance can get in and out. So, but again, there's many steps in this process, and those will also be addressed as we keep going to make sure that all of those regular functions can happen as they're supposed to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. Well, with that being said, we have a motion, we have a second. With all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is 4-1 for Sierra. And we will, let's recess and take 5 minutes to use the bathroom and get to the last option. My mic, there you go. All right, 4 seconds here. All right, calling this meeting back to order at 9:18. And we are still, remind everybody, we are still in quasi-judicial. I'll have the city attorney read into the record the ordinance, please.
Mr. Chair, this is ordinance number 20, actually, we read it already.
Yeah, that's right, we did.
Ordinance number 2022-33, LDR 22-12, an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, relating to the rezoning of approximately 300.95 contiguous acres, more or less, pursuant to an application by the property owner of said acreage, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations, providing for rezoning from the Agricultural A zoning district to Planned Rural Residential Development, PRRD zoning district, on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, relating to tax parcel numbers 02602-020-001, 02602-020-002, 02602-008-000, 02602-020-012, tax parcel number 02599-002-000, 02599-003-000, 02601-0001-000, 02601-000-000, 02602-020-007, and 02602-020-008, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass and recommend approval to the City Commission the passage of ordinance number 2022-33. You can deny it or move it to a date certain in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Staff, do you have an overview?
Staff does, and I just want to thank everybody that showed up today. Public comment and civic, exercising their civic duty is very important, so I think it's great that we've had the turnout that we've had tonight. My name is John Paul Perez with the Planning and Economic Development Department. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the board, Mr. City Attorney. The request before you tonight is a rezoning from agricultural to planned rural residential development on approximately 302.53 acres, located in the southwest quadrant of the City of Newberry, at the southeast corner of 282nd and Southwest 46th Avenue, close to Mr. Marlowe. Currently, the land is crop and cattle land, I believe, yeah. Here's a overview of the site. We can see the boundary, and just south of it is another planned rural residential development that hasn't broken ground yet, called Double Barrel Farms. The proposed zoning, again, is planned rural residential development. And what they're proposing are 60 one-acre lots with 242 acres set aside as open space. Those 242 acres will be interior, so the 1-acre lots will be closer to the adjacent right-of-ways, just so you can get a visual of that. And the gross density of the area will remain consistent with agricultural. It would be 1 unit per 5 acres. Again, I think might be confusing the matter by stating density, so I'll try to not stick to that too much. These are 1-acre lots. Here is the preliminary master plan, where you can see the allocation of the uses, where the drawing convention using the polka dots is the set-aside area that will not be developed for single family. The hatched area is what will be developed for single family. And it's something that we would like to point out that that set-aside remains set-aside as long as water and sewer are not available in the area. Once water and sewer does become available, that set-aside land can then become more single-family. Okay? But water and sewer is a long game, not a short game. It's very expensive, and I'll just leave it at that. So here's an additional close-up of the area, so you can see the allocation of land there. And again, planned rural residential development, similar to planned residential development, just allows for unique development of land that'll provide economic opportunity to otherwise unused land, and it allows, the city is allowing owners to be flexible with their development, and at the same time create some sort of conservation. Okay. There is a legal issue that I need to bring up that affects this request. Sorry. There is an underlying plat called Hampton Hills. This is 12 units, or 12 tracts of land. The 12 tracts, or this unrecorded plat, does have a declaration of restrictions and conditions recorded against it. These covenants are binding. I just wanted to point out a few things about the properties. This is where the access is being provided. Currently, Bass Farms Incorporated owns 5 of the lots. So they actually own more. I'll go into their actual ownership, but these are the lots that they own that are encumbered by, that are included in the development. Part of our code is that if you're using a lot for vehicular access, it has to be platted. So these lots, these 2 lots, lot 6 and 7 and 1 and 2 on the north, they have to be included in the plat. They can't just be used for right-of-way to the access to the rest of the development without being platted. They have to be platted. So they're required to plat. The Declaration of Restrictive Covenant says that the land cannot be replatted. So those lots 6 and 7 and 1 and 2 cannot be replatted unless they just can't be replatted. However, there's they can amend this declaration if they have 2/3 ownership agree to this this amendment to allow replatting. And so that covenant exists. No replatting, we require them to plat. There was another declaration, an amendment to that, that was recorded on May 10th, 2022, and that amendment removed that article regarding replatting. So, sorry, it's getting technical, and I can answer any questions that may come up. So the First Amendment removed the article. It did many things, but it removed the prohibition on replatting. So they can now replat, supposedly. Also, it changed the amount of owners that need to agree to allow for an amendment to this Declaration of Restricted Covenant. This amendment that was recorded in public records was only signed by Trevor Bass. Which would be fine if he was represented 2/3 of ownership at the time this agreement was entered into, which again is May 10th, 2022. All right, and here's another graphic. So in order to be 2/3 ownership, he would need to own 8 out of 12 of the lots. He owned well, he owned 9 out of 12 at one point. But some of those properties were sold prior to this amendment being created. And so at the time that the agreement, the First Amendment, I should say, was recorded, entered into, et cetera, technically he had no longer the right or the number of ownership to amend it. So, while we do find the rezoning consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, we're providing an opportunity to the owner or the agent to resolve the underlying legal issues before this moves forward to the next step, platting and all that. Also, on the actual rezoning ordinance, we're placing a condition on the effective date. Essentially, we're modifying just effective upon adoption to be effective, so the zoning won't take place. It won't be like Double Barrel Farms that is PRRD that has not been developed. This rezoning will take effect once they record a declaration of restrictive covenants amendment that is lawful and proper, so they can replat, so they can meet the requirements of the land development regulations, or that a determination is made by the city attorney that the First Amendment to the declaration, the one that's already recorded in public records, is a lawful and proper document or instrument. So if either of those are satisfied, then the ordinance becomes effective, and then they can move forward with replatting. I am available for questions. Sorry.
We struggled with 10, 17, 16. We'll do our best. Hard working man tonight.
I am. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, City Attorney. My name is Chris Potts, Director of Engineering for JB Pro. We're here to talk about the rezoning of Legacy at Bass Farms. Thank you, JP, for the good intro. So the rezoning is requested over for 302 acres. And as part of the land development requirements for PRD is depending on the lot size, you have to set aside a certain percentage for current agricultural use. So with the request of the 60 lots on 60 acres, we have to set aside 80% of the land that we're requesting to be rezoned, which is approximately the 242 acres. The current zoning is agricultural. The surrounding zonings are agriculture as well, except to their south property line, which is the PRD. And PRD zoning is compatible with agricultural zoning, so it's not like we're going through a spot zoning issue with this request. So we're requesting that the entire 302.5 acres be rezoned to PRD. The maximum density will be 60 lots, and then 242 acres will be set aside, which is 80% of the 302. So as JP mentioned, one part of the language in the PRD is that the set-aside land, the 242 acres, if water and sewer ever do become available, they're allowed to be developed into single-family residence, which is similar to the PRD to the south. But realistically, I mean, that may or may not happen if public utilities ever get that far. And so, as JB mentioned, the request for the 60 lots will be up towards the perimeter with access to the public right-of-way, and then the agricultural set-aside will be to the southwest. And as most of you know, Trevor is farmer by nature, so his intention for the 80% set aside is to continue to farm it going forward. So again, we're just here to request that the Planning and Zoning Board approve the rezoning application, and Mr. Bass is available for any questions specifically. I know probably some of you have some questions regarding the amendments and legal documents that JP mentioned, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We already heard staff report and recommendations. Am I okay to move on to public comments? Or
I just have one comment.
No, you're done. No, I'm playing. You're good. No.
He's sarcastic.
I don't know when you're joking around, I am.
Keep on your toes, JP.
One thing that thank you. One thing that I left out of my presentation that I just wanted to include was that the City Commission has been talking about PRRDs generally, possibly changing them in the future. It is something that I think staff will get direction on in the near future about taking another look at, and some of those discussions include possibly perpetual easements for some of the set aside, or at least some of it. So the PRRD is kind of like a open or active topic at the moment. I just wanted to make the board aware of that.
Okay, Mr. Chair, before we open to public comment, does everyone up here understand what a PRRD is? Right. I have 300. I could have 60 houses on 5 acres, right? I'm condensing that all to 1 acre lots on one piece, leaving the rest in ag. So the owner already has the right to put 60 houses, 60 septic tanks on 5 acre lots. He's already got that right. He's saying, let me take those 60 houses, put them in one area. I just want to make sure. I didn't quite hear that from either side, so I want to make sure he already has the right to do 60 houses, already has that set in stone, right? He's just asking to put it together, clump them together. That's the topic of conversation tonight.
Thank you. All right. That being said, public comment. Mr. Suggs, right? Yeah, Mr. Suggs.
That's correct.
Yeah.
My name is Kelly Suggs.
Kelly
That is
Suggs.
correct. Thank you for allowing me to come up here just this one more time.
Thank you.
And particularly because this is the piece of property that is directly across the street from where my grandson, my great-grandson live. Now, as just a matter of introduction, I know a lot of people here know the Suggs family name. My family came here somewhere around the beginning of 1900. I have 5 generations from this area. So we have a vested interest in it for that alone. Now, I heard, and I want to be real sure that I heard it correctly, that right now, zoned agricultural, it's allowed to have one residence per 5 acre. That's where the 60 times the value of 300 acres that we're talking about. However, and that's the way it is now, if we change it from this to the PRD, then what we are actually doing is giving them what, if I heard you right, Mayor Marlowe, an opportunity to not have to have the 5 acre rule per one. They can scrunch it up in any way that they want to. And by this generosity that the owner has of saying, well, I'm just going to put so much of it to remain farming. It is farming. So Newberry is. It's farming. So I don't know that that's an offer of any way whatsoever. That's what it is. It really is nothing more than changing density. And the biggest argument that I have heard all night is the fact that they're against the density. I am so glad that the board recognized the fact that there is a large number of people that turned out here. There's a reason for it. They don't want it. There are a few people that I've talked to here tonight that, yes, they do believe that PRDs have a very positive effect. The owner of this property, if he doesn't get the PRD, if he doesn't get what he wants, well, he can go out there if he wants to, and he can sell them up. He can sell them up any way he wants to, and put mobile homes all over the place. And property values would just drop like a rock, if he wanted to. If he wanted to, he could have done it all his life, and he didn't. The market wouldn't stand it. That's the reason people do and don't do things, is whether the market will support it. A question that I would have for y'all, has there been any kind of market analysis study to show the feasibility of putting this type of project in this type of area? Have we seen any study whatsoever on bedroom communities for other big places like Gainesville? And we are pretty much a bedroom community at this point until you start having your own industrial, until you start having your own businesses and everything that supports you. It is a bedroom community. So has there been any studies whatsoever that show that these things will actually be supported by the market? Just because they build it don't mean it'll come. And just because the market's been exploding lately don't mean it'll stay that way. After 20 years in the property appraiser's office, I can speak intelligently to that. It will not stay. So when this thing starts dropping like a rock, what's going to happen then? What's going to happen to the property values in that area if this thing fails?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Suggs. Appreciate it.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Monica LaRue.
Thank you.
I've been coming to Newberry my whole life, and I'm 30 now. I have many generations that are from Newberry. I have my great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mom and dad, and myself. 2 years ago, we moved here from Raleigh, North Carolina. Raleigh, North Carolina is growing a lot. A lot of things are going up. Buildings, companies, neighborhoods. I moved to Newberry, Florida, and wanted to move to Newberry, Florida my whole life because it was peaceful, because there was land, because there were animals, not because there were people. I came here for peace. I've had a hard life, had a double lung transplant. I want peace, and that does not involve people. Also, when it comes to the land set aside, kind of back up what he said, it sounds all good, like, oh, you know, we're setting that aside for agriculture. Who knows if, you know, septic and water is going to come out here. It is going to come out here. So we will have more houses eventually. Whether that's 1 acre lots or if they squish them up, we're going to have a lot of houses. And that's too much people in one area when the roads are already very crappy. And Alachua has done nothing about those roads. I drive those roads every day. Not even 60 new houses, not even that. They can't handle it at all. So I would recommend, you know, to just really think about this, because those houses on the 240-something acres, it's going to come. And then you're really going to see us mad. Because at the end of the day, this is all about greed.
Thank you, Monica. All right, that's enough for public comment today. If you could, wait, I don't believe she was sworn in.
Oh. She wasn't, and you didn't express expert.
I didn't. Can I still ask for ex parte, or is it too late to apologize?
Never too late.
And I need to swear her. She needs to be sworn in.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name is?
Dr. Stephanie Gazda.
Can I do ex parte for the record? Any ex parte communications on the topic? No, none.
I was contacted by a few citizens, and I directed them to email and come to the hearing tonight. It does not change my decision-making on the issue.
Well, thank you for your honesty, Ms. Baker. All right, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that your comments are on the record legally.
That's fine.
I have no ex parte communications.
Okay. Unlike everyone else that just spoke, I have no long-term roots here. I have lived here since the beginning of 2017. None of my family is from here. I cannot go back generations and hundreds of years. But I still have a vested interest because I'm not going to move
ever again. I live off of Southwest 63rd Avenue, which is off of County Road 337. As a Newberry resident who would be directly impacted by the zoning change, I was very interested to learn more about this application because of specifically the impact on County Road 337. And as Mr. Marlowe knows, this road is in terrible shape. It is one of the worst maintained roads in the county. And Southwest 46th Ave is also not that great. It's somewhat better maintained. However, we also know that there is a long history of the county refusing to maintain County Road 337. After researching this proposal, I have to say that I'm opposed to the application to change the zoning. Aside from this obvious issue of County Road 337, which is supposed to be maintained by the county, but most would agree it's not been, there are legal issues that need to be recognized before this proposal should ever been considered or brought forth. Reading this was the first time that I'd ever heard of an area known as Hampton Hills, and I'm still not sure what it is. From the packet, it says that according to the covenants and amendments, there must be an agreement of the owners of not less than 2/3 of the lots, but it's unclear what lots are included, who the owners are of these lots, and also how these other owners were even notified at any point. It's also unclear how much of the proposed PRD is in the Hampton Hills agreement. Because of this, and specifically because of these legal issues and also the impact that it's going to have to County Road 337, which I'd like to retain the few tires I have left on my vehicles, I very much encourage you to consider these impacts and postponing or refusing this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor. What? She said her name was Doctor. I'm being professional.
How's it going? I'm John Jones. I'm a builder. I love building homes. You know, that's great for my business. I don't have a problem with it. My problem is the future. Right now we're talking about 60 homes and that's all he can put on the property and wants to continue farming it. Just continue farming it. That's what you want to do. Put 60 homes on it and let's not do it, because in 4 years, 5 years, when the city of Newberry actually gets water, sewer, and everything out there, how many more homes are we going to stick on there? Because then you're just going to shrink it down even more. There's going to be 400 or 500 people in there. You know, Alachua County is never going to do anything for Newberry. They're not going to pay 337. It's just going to continue to bump down the levels of what road they're going to pave, and they're going to take care of it. They're already $35 million in debt behind for road maintenance in Alachua County. Do you think they're ever going to get to us?
400 million. Yeah, it's worse.
I mean, it's even worse. I mean, that's the whole problem is you've been to the board meetings, the commission meetings. It's horrible to listen to these people, the things that they come up with, trying to do away with single-family homes. All the things that they're trying to do is just basically going to filter out to us, and we're going to have all this density. This density does not help us in any way. I'm not going to get faster internet out there. I'm not going to get better roads. The police aren't going to patrol anymore. They don't. I mean, when's the last time anybody's seen anybody pulled over on 46th Avenue? When's the last time I've seen people pass me? I'm doing 60 miles an hour, and they pass me like I'm standing still all the time. Anywhere from 4 in the morning till 5 o'clock at night. You go down any of these roads, especially these back roads, people just want to get home. They want to get back. You know, we have animals that live out there on the road. I've lived there a long time. I've left, I've come back. It's where I want to live. That's why I bought my family's land from them to live there. And I continue to buy the rest of it as I can. But I'm not trying to build more houses. I'm not trying to. I'm a builder. Hell, I make lots of money on building homes. I would love to make a lot more, but I don't want 900 houses in behind me, because in the future we get plumbing down the road and water down the road for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi. My name is Raymond Mollison. We own 10 acres that it directly connects to Trevor's property. We've had the property for 18 years. We've been out there 5 years. And actually, as I look at that map, it's more than just Hampton Hills. It's further to the east as well. There's more property. It's not just Hampton Hills that he's talking about developing. And the other thing I don't understand is I don't understand why we're here. I mean, if he doesn't have legal standing, why doesn't he get legal standing and then come back? I mean, I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse, or the horse in front of the cart, however it is. But yeah, I mean, we've been out there, and when we bought the property, we knew Hampton Hills was there. We knew that they had 5-acre lots. We're in Bluebird Ridge. We've got 5-acre lots. Ours is a 10-acre. And so we knew that eventually we would have neighbors. We just never expected to have 60 neighbors. And we figured we'd have 12 neighbors. So 337 is horrific, and 46 is not much better, and it ain't going to get better. And I don't see how the added traffic, construction, and everything, it's just going to make it worse. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Raymond. Do you have any other public comment on the matter?
Don't be shy. You waited a long night.
Going once, going twice, 2 3/4. All right. With that being said, the applicant at this time can cross-examine, or you can defer. Applicant? Chris? No? Staff? None. All right, this is on to us. Members of the decision body, through the chair, may ask questions of the applicant, staff, or participants.
Mr. Chair, while the board is thinking if they have any questions, I'll tell you that the commission is pretty conflicted on this as an ordinance. And I think it's fair to say that this is either a wonderful idea or it's a terrible idea, and we can't quite figure out which one it is. I have a lot of the same thoughts when it comes to the Barrington that we just did, the small scale, right? Like, we have been talking to our citizens about, we have an urban services area, we have these districts where we see growth happening, we want to have a green belt in between us to protect that country life so that you know kind of where you're at. On the one hand, this could be something that preserves that because you get so much land, open land that is left in agriculture. One of the things that we've thought about changing in the ordinance, if we want to keep the ordinance on the books, is the verbiage about being able to continue to develop it, right? I mean, I think it will be more than 5 or 6 years before water and sewer is out that way. I think it'll be a little bit longer, but still, as it stands right now, as soon as water and sewer is there, then you could have the same type of higher density, 4 houses per acre, that kind of a thing. So on the one hand, it does temporarily anyway preserve vast amounts of open green space agricultural land, which is something that we've all been striving to work towards. But it doesn't do it in perpetuity, right? So it's a limited advantage. I think it also speaks to something that the commission has been concerned about, and I've heard you guys be concerned about as well, these small lots. So this is an opportunity to get 1 acre lots, which is pretty big, right? You guys determined in the small scale residential that 2 acre lots was as low as you were willing to go, right? I think I'm not as hung up on, I think 1 acre lot is still a pretty big lot. I think most people these days, I think the reason why the 4 houses per acre sell so quickly is because a lot of people don't want to maintain very much yard anymore, right? Clearly that's what the market is looking for. So this is a way to get that acre lot, larger lots that you guys and the commission have been looking for, right? I think just like the small scale, we have to be cognizant of the septic tanks being clustered. It's been sort of a long-standing rule of the 1 septic tank per 5 acres. Now, we heard expert evidence in a different quasi-judicial that it really depends on where you're putting them, right? You have to do that geotech study to find out if that land is coarse, right? If you can cluster the septic tanks there or not. So, I think that there are potential changes to the ordinance underway that are around those concepts. Do we want to have neighborhoods out in agricultural areas? Again, these could be 5-acre lots, and that's not, you're not doing agriculture. I know a lot of people do gardens, they have horses, those kinds of things. You can do some ag, but it's not going to be the big open spaces. That section of town really has kind of identified itself as these 5-acre horse farms, right? There's just lots of really nice houses and barns, and they probably have more money in the horses than they have in the house, right? So I think that's another thing to consider, is the character and makeup of the quadrant of the town. And, they've already stated the concerns about 337. So I wanted to give you that context of where the commission is on this. This certainly is a way that we can preserve some open space, some agriculture. We might change the ordinance to put a time limit or in perpetuity. I think the applicant should know as well that the county is considering an agricultural conservation plan right now. They haven't worked out the details of it, but they are looking at paying property owners the difference between the agriculture and the development rate if you promise not to develop on it. And so there may be some incentive to wait and let the county finish that conversation before you move forward. Again, they haven't finished that conversation, but I feel like it would be remiss to let you make a decision knowing that that's on the horizon. I think that's something you might want to explore. And I guess finally, I share the residents' concern of why are we here with this looming legality? It seems like we should have waited. I understand we can ask the P&Z for a recommendation, send it on, you got to get that fixed. But it seemed like a big confusing thing to lay out there, that we should just get that rectified and fixed. Because clearly we've spent a lot of staff time on this. The owner spent a lot of time getting here, and it could potentially all be for naught. So was there a reason for rushing this tonight before that gets fixed? What's the timeline to get that fixed? Is this an easy thing that's going to happen and it's guaranteed?
At the time that we received the application, we did not get a title opinion or ownership and encumbrance report, and so we didn't have an understanding at the time of application all of the legal web that may have encumbered the property, anything that would have prevented it. Once this was advertised and notices were sent out, we started getting calls from residents. One of those residents, or nearby residents, I believe she lives in the subdivision to the south, which also has a similar restrictive covenant. It's called Bluebird Ridge, also an unrecorded plat. And she made us aware of Bluebird Ridge. And looking at Bluebird Ridge, the shape of it was remarkably similar to Hampton Hills. Staff's institutional knowledge, I think that was something that we approved back in 2005-ish. We did some additional research and were able to find the Hampton Hills through a public record search of our own. And in finding that, we were also able to find the amendment. This all happened after this was noticed and scheduled. And so I guess at the 11th hour, we're trying to create an instrument that allows it to move forward, while it also provides a fail-safe. Should they not be able to accomplish certain things, it's as if it was never even heard.
To me, as a judicial body, it's kind of hard for us to make an opinion on something without being clear as to the process in which we're speaking upon. And with them having that legality issue, it's kind of hard for us to really have an expert opinion on it, or just an opinion on voting on this until that is done.
I don't disagree, just to provide a response, member. We're actually not providing a recommendation. We're leaving it at the board's discretion to make a decision on this.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think this is something that perhaps we should consider tabling.
Yep.
Until this has been determined, because it's not like we're correcting scrivener's errors in a development report where we have a
Legality issue.
legal issue that is outstanding on this.
I agree. I got a few head nods from the board on this too, that we're all on the same page here. You just gotta finish out listen, I do what I want. But I mean, we're at the members, we're discussing the matter at hand.
I mean, although I'm not opposed to one acre lot, it'd be a lot easier for us to speak on it.
Mike.
It'd be a lot easier for us to speak on it once we have that clear understanding.
Well, that's where I kind of like, I will have to disagree on the 1 acre lots, because I think we've been a big proponent on what we approve inside the city. I think in the commission, if I'm visualizing what the commission has spoken and has been adamant about, city center, we try to, you know, we're densely populated. But as we spread out, the reason like the ones off of 170th, we had the whole argument of 1.5 lots to say, hey, listen, man, we want 2 acre lots at minimum, because if not, now we're gonna have all these subdivisions popping up. Even though Mr. Mayor says that 1 acre is sufficient enough. However, when we're in these ag zones where you're having horse farms and all this agriculture happening, it's more inclined to be something along the lines of at minimum is what we asked was 2 acres at minimum. But what we really would like to see would have been 3 to 5 acre lots, because it gives the neighbors the respectable sizes to be out there. I've spoken to the commission before, and I think we're all on the same page, especially I believe even Commissioner Mark Clark has been very adamant about anything on farmland, anything in agriculture, be at minimum 3 to 5 acres, because 1 acre lots in the middle of an ag zone is just like another small subdivision. And especially being this far out, this is way out there, getting towards Bronson. This is farmland. If you want to live out here, I look at this as you're wanting to buy 5 acres out here and build a house. If I wanted 1 acre, then I would move to, you know, these other subdivisions closer to the city center.
If I'm not mistaken, that neighborhood that's by Barrington, didn't they have an acre and a half?
They did, but we turned that around to make it 2 acres. Because we didn't want them to be 1
Also
acre.
beside Barrington.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that when we talked about Barrington, because we had a lot of the same concerns about Barrington, was we were going to use that as a test case, and we were going to kind of see how that went. We were going to go back to the small scale, which you guys just did, right? Which even that I thought was a little bit soon, because we haven't really seen how Barrington has played out. Right. We haven't really seen it develop. We haven't seen what we did right, what we did wrong, those kinds of things. I didn't quite get an answer to my question though. What is the timeline for this legal issue to be resolved?
Oh, that's entirely up to the applicant.
Chris, you got any idea here? Can you speak to?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave McDaniel, M3 Development. It is our opinion, and our attorney's opinion, that it is resolved. And there's still apparently some lack of clarity, which we will bring to the table. From our standpoint, the amendment that Trevor recorded was done legally and appropriately. So we'll get it resolved. We'll get it clarified. You know, we'll certainly do what we need to do.
Okay, so I mean, we're talking about a month here till the next P&Z meeting. Yeah, so it's not a huge delay. And I would just say to this board, you know, I don't think it really matters a lot. We table it tonight, bring it back, and get some clarity on this issue. One advantage of moving this forward is it kind of lights a fire under the commission to really address this PRRD. And I want to say to the residents, there's already a PRRD approved. They could break ground, they could do whatever they want to do. It was approved long before anybody up here was up here. It's right in the same neighborhood. So, you know, a lot of times residents feel well, if I can stop this one, then the issue is done. I just want to let you know, there's already one of these that could come at any point in time, right? And nobody that works here, ours up here except for Scott, was here when it was approved back in the early 2000s. Oh, so, yeah, again, you know, I think that, and part of me kind of hopes that you do just light that fire, because the commission really needs to decide. As long as this ordinance is on the books, then applicants have the right to say, this is what I want to do with my property. And there are some clear advantages to having this on the books, right? Not to say that this is the right place, right? That's why we have these processes. But I really dislike having things on the books and people say, oh, I want to do that. And then we say, no, just kidding. We don't really like that. We're never going to approve them. If we're not going to approve them, then we just need to take it off the books. If this is something that we agree with and we want to leave it on the books, then we have to figure out what does the applicant need to do in order to get a yes vote out of the P&Z and the commission. Because if the answer is always going to be no, then I would say to the commission, just delete this and don't offer it as just leave it as, well, in ag, all you can do is 5. There's no 3, right? In agriculture, you can do 5-acre lots, 1 house, right? Small scale, it's a little bit different than this, but you can do some similar math games, right? In this one, the advantage is that you get that large tract of land that's sort of left untouched in the interim. I would also disagree with, I think it was the resident who's the builder. I think the way that you get services is through density, you know, and so one of the things I think I would ask, with 60 houses, you know, if it was any other neighborhood that was going to come there, I mean, right off the bat, we'd be saying, well, what are you going to do about 337? How are you going to improve these kinds of things? I don't know how there's enough money left over if you're all you're doing is 60 houses. You know, you can improve interior, but you can't really improve those other roads. And anytime we approve a neighborhood, we ask, how are you going to mitigate? How are you going to do your fair share? And as long as the PRRD is on the books, they're just never going to be big enough to do those kinds of improvements. So if we approve these things outside of our urban services area, we're always going to have this tension, whether it's 337, which is, you know, worst road, 235, which is a terrible road. Even if it's not on a terrible road, the higher density wears out the road, right? So, I mean, these are the kinds of pros and cons that the commission has been kicking around here, because we haven't heard this. And again, this could be a great idea, or it could be a terrible idea, and I think it's, you know, I'm still working out which one it is in my head, and so.
If you'd allow me, I've got a couple of comments, and so I do consider myself an expert. I've been a land consultant, a land broker. I have done deals all over the state of Florida. And I've seen a lot of different regulations, a lot of different land development regulations. And this particular one, when I first read it, I was kind of knocked on my feet on how excellent it was, how wise it was in terms of designed to be creating a place where you cluster the density in a smaller area, you leave the farmland. In this location, again, it's anybody's guess. I would say the mayor and the planners and the city manager probably know better than I, but I'm guessing 20, 25, 30 years, you know, many of us will be in the twilight years or long past by the time any of that happens. So to me, it looked like an amazing opportunity. The second thing is, I remember one person making a comment at some point a while ago about, how developers can go in and buy land all over the place and do this stuff. Actually, this particular structure doesn't allow for a developer to do anything other than be a partner with a farmer. The families that have owned land in this area for a long, long time that maybe aren't quite ready for the higher density development which is going on in this town, this is the opportunity for some of those folks to create some market, monetize some of the real estate, and maybe even take those resources and go and expand their farms or build better, other places or whatever it is. So from my standpoint, what we're going to end up here, this is the first time, and I've been developing in this town now for 7 years, so that's not a long time, right? I'm a newcomer, but I've been told all along we want to have larger lots. And I realize that 1 acre is small compared to a 5-acre lot, but I can tell you that if you're providing housing for the majority of America, majority of America is not interested in 5-acre lots. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with them. They're wonderful, actually, I'm sure, but that isn't the majority. So we're going to be putting in a move-up, a higher-end subdivision for the first time in Newberry. We're going to have a cluster of more expensive homes that will ultimately become, in my opinion, a continued advancement of that particular area's already very fine, area. So I realize that it's all a matter of taste. I can feel the scoffs in my back when I talk about 1 acre being a large lot. It is a large lot in America. In the state of Florida, probably somewhere around 70 to 80% of the new lots that are built are 50 by 110. That's the majority of what's happening in Florida. And I realize price ranges are all over the board on those lots. Homes are from, like in Newberry, 300 to 350. There's places in Central Florida and Orlando where on a 50-foot lot there's $500 to $1 million homes. So the size of the lot doesn't determine the price of the home, the location, and those sorts of things. But I wanted to share just a little bit of perspective. My opinion is that this PRD could result in Newberry having little clusters of higher-end homes all around the area that could ultimately result in causing everything to be better around it. It's just an opinion.
So I guess, my only caveat against tabling is it doesn't allow you guys to give a recommendation on the concept. And so the developer may not want it, but in my view, I would almost rather you guys talk about PRDs as a concept, right? If you, just put aside the legal issue for a second. If you're going to approve it, right, this is what I would want to see, or you could tell the commission, I would never approve these to go anywhere in town, just so that we can keep this conversation, because we've been internally having this conversation now for, 6 months to a year, right, of this ordinance. If we table it, then we just come back here a month later and we just have the legal issue resolved. We haven't had a chance to have the concept resolved, and so in my view, we're kind of still back right where we're starting from, which is this something that we want to do? So I guess what I'm saying is I would almost prefer that you guys recommend against, right? Because of the legal issue, because of whatever, but send the commission your feedback so that we can have this conversation. And that might not be what the property owner wants, but from my standpoint, I'm just ready to push this conversation once and for all and figure out if we're going to offer this, what are the stipulations that have to be there, or you guys say to the commission, I think this is a terrible idea, and I don't care what stipulation you put on there, I would never recommend that you approve it.
You guys know how I feel about the situation. I feel that this is too far out. As much as I respect M3 Development and their professional opinion and my discussions with David before, this is a part where I feel like I'm in disagreement, because this is pure farmland to me when I see this. This is pure agriculture. You got Boyd and Sons farm right down the street. This is all farmland. And to start saying, well, we're going to have 200 acres for this, but we're going to put 1 acre lots because, these are going to be high-end homes. People buy out in the country to be out in the country and have that land. And even though 1 acre might seem like a lot, I think we should reserve, my opinion is we should reserve the 1 acre lots as you're getting closer into Newberry. But this far out, if we start doing 1 acres here, that's just going to spread. I see it spreading to other farmland, we can do 1 acre lots too. And now we're going to have farmlands with a bunch of subdivisions that are 1 acre because they can get away with 1 acre versus giving some good space of 3 to 5 acres. And that's what I would recommend to the commission, is something this far out be something of 3 to 5 acres.
I mean, with us discussing Barrington and all the other property that on 241 or further out, we went with 2 acres, 3 acres. So I agree with you guys. Maybe we should just push this to the commission and let them finally address the issue, because every meeting we having these kind of discussions on farmland, on residential, and making 1 acre lots, and we probably need to go ahead and make a decision on it. So it's best we go ahead and find a way to lock it in so we can discuss it better. So.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't understand why we can't push the issue to the commission while we table this issue, though.
I feel like it's forcing the hand of the commission on the PDR, that we're trying to amend the PDR to reflect what we want it. Is that correct?
I mean, we need a recommendation for or against before the commission will hear it. If you guys table it, then it will be tabled until you hear it again, and then it'll go to the commission with approval or denial. Now, you could say, we're tabling our decision, but we recommend that the commission put this on an agenda item and have these kinds of conversations. In my view, it would be better to hear your thoughts on, and we have a test case right here in front of us, right? And you would say, okay, we're saying yes because of these reasons. We would say no because of these reasons, and that way the commission has something tangible to look at and consider as they have the conversation. Because normally when we have these ordinances, we pass these, it's hypothetical. We're saying, hey, we think this is a good idea, but we don't have an applicant right in front of us, and so we pass an ordinance that is a theoretical. This is what we think this would look like, and then as applicants come in, we kind of tweak them. You guys have been part of that process as long as you've been up here, right? We do things now differently than we did 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, because we approve a development, then they build, and we say, man, I didn't like that part, right? I don't like seeing it in people's backyards. We should have had more landscaping. We should have did a berm, or we should have done this. So this is a constant process of tweaking it, right? And here we have the opportunity to do that. But I agree with Member Long that we kind of keep, in my view, especially when it comes to this, we keep having the same conversation. And I'm just ready to make a decision one way or the other, because I think it's unfair to property owners and developers to have ordinances on books that we don't actually intend to let them do.
Mr. Chair, I agree with that statement but we do have the ordinance. They have come in front of us with the ordinance. Some of our concerns have nothing to do with, but I'm torn that if the ordinance needs to be discussed, we're doing that on an application that has come forth, legality aside, following the ordinance as written. So they have brought a proposal to us, legality issue aside, following the ordinance we have on the books. And if the decision or the question in front of the commission, as opposed to us, needs to be, is the ordinance a good ordinance? I don't think it should happen necessarily with somebody's active proposal on it. I think that conversation can happen outside of them having this application in front of them. Clearly for us, it runs into other issues since we're quasi-judicial too, but we have an ordinance. They have followed the ordinance on this proposal.
But us approving or denying it is a different conversation. We can still deny it, and then they can still move to commission, and then they can go through the process still. So they're doing their part by coming to the board, but we've been through this over and over again with a lot of these developers, a lot of these landowners, and we keep getting stuck at 2 to 5 acres. So we need to address it. So we were to deny it, then we can go from that point.
And that's where my argument comes into play, because we specifically asked Barrington, and what's the other development? I forget it right now. Yeah, absolutely. What was the other development, Brian?
Right by Barrington.
Right next to Barrington? Lakota. We specifically, and they came to us when we were discussing the PDR about how does this impact them, and then all of a sudden, if we go to the commission right now and say, yeah, we recommend 1 acre, we can very well guarantee that Lakota and Barrington are gonna come knocking on the door saying, well, you guys told us no on 1.5 acres. And I believe the job of the P&Z is to stay consistent in our, how we're treating these developments. And if our view is 2 to 5 acres, but yeah, we're gonna send this to the commission saying, yeah, we approve this one with 1 acres, being way further out than Lakota, way farther out than Barrington, then that sets a precedence to us saying, well, why is the P&Z not being consistent? If we already told two developers, this is what we're looking at, this is our PDRs, or what we want to make our PDRs. So I think that if we are going to recommend this to the commission, we say, hey, besides the legality issue, that we table this back to the 2 to 5 acres, that we are asking anything outside of that urban development area to be 2 to 5 acres, not 1 acre lots.
I mean, but Chair, to be fair, this proposal is closer to our urban service. 46 is the southern boundary of our urban services area. So it's we keep saying it's far out, but it's actually, it's right there up against ours, just on the other side, right? But it's on the border.
Still ag land. I believe staff. I have Mike New and I have Brian ask.
I just want to make a quick clarification. The applications for Barrington and Lakota are not PRRDs. Those were small-scale rural subdivision applications that, while bear some similarities, are not the same thing. The application before you is a planned rural residential development, which, while are requesting 1 acre lots, the overall density remains 1 unit per 5 acres. Whereas Barrington and Lakota, if you'd granted 1 acre lots, the density would have been as many as those would fit on the lot up to 25. And so it's not the same. There's no set-aside requirement for the small-scale rural subdivisions, whereas with the PRRD, you have the 80, in this case, because it's 1 acre lots, 80% set aside. I just want to make sure it's not an apples-to-apples comparison.
It's not, but the gist is there. I mean, we don't want, it's pretty simple. I see a farmland of 300 acres. Now I'm going to have 1 acre lots sitting in the backyard of a horse farm. To me, I just don't see that as a proper planned development. I feel that 5 acres behind a horse farm, behind a sod farm, behind a goat farm, whatever you want to farm, okay, makes more sense than having a subdivision of all of a sudden 1 acre lots. I don't care what your tree line looks like or your buffer. Sorry, Mike, I know you're patiently waiting for me to finish it. But the gist is there of when we're talking about ag land, the biggest fear, and I'll refer back to our ex-Vice Chair Gavin, we don't want to be pushing these 1 acre lots. Where if we allow it for 1, even though it's in a certain condition, now they're looking at, well, if I have 200 acres, I can set aside 50, build on here, and have 150 in farmland. I just don't, I don't want that inconsistency.
Mr. Chair, I was going to make Brian's point exactly, that there are similarities between a small-scale residential development and a PRRD, but they're not so much in such that it doesn't overcome the fact that the maximum density of a PRRD is still 1 per 5 acres, and the maximum density of what you approved in the small scale would be 1 per 2 acres. So the thing that goes for that, the reason that at some point in time the commission said we're going to permit that is there's a maximum number of lots in those types of subdivisions. I believe it's 25. So you limit it to a small density, and you say, hey, a small number, total quantity. Every now and then we're going to allow, lots of less than 5 acres with no set aside. In this instance, there's a set aside so that we do keep the maximum density to 1 per 5 acres. Now, I don't have an opinion on what's appropriate. I exactly echo the mayor's sentiments that if we can't see a 1 acre lot with a 4 acre set aside ever, that we should just change our ordinances, because our ordinances, the way they're set up today, do permit it. Or maybe the answer is we're just going to put a cap on it. We can see 1 acre with a 4 acre set aside for a subdivision of certain size, but you just, if you were going to propose it for 2,000 acres, that's just more than we could withstand. So I just wanted to clarify that I do see some differences. I think it's important for the board maybe to hear that, but as to where I stand on any of this or where I'm trying to direct you guys to go, there's none of that. I think that y'all and the city commission need to weigh in and decide exactly how you want to do rural development. And I think that lot size plays into that, but from staff's analysis, in urbanized development, where we're putting utilities in, there's not really an answer to the half acre, 3/4 acre, 1 acre, or 2 acre lot size. That the cost to put that type of infrastructure requires a density of 4 units per acre. And we have not seen any path to get us to 3/4 acre lots, 1 acre lots, or 2 acre lots within Newberry, and frankly, in our look around the state. There are some gated, upscale subdivisions in Orlando where you have, the Orlando Magic players or Tiger Woods and his golf buddies, but that's not every town in Florida. It's pretty rare that we're able to find, 1 acre lots on water sewer in the state of Florida. So just wanted to offer that. Didn't mean to delay the conversation tonight.
Mr. Chair, that's exactly the kind of conversation I'm ready to have. To Jessica's point, I've asked the applicant to give us more time to work this out. I asked the applicant for Lakota to give us more time. I've asked staff to give us more time. But as long as the ordinance is on the books, people have the right to come and be heard and say, this is, it's on the books, I want to do this. So again, I think that for everybody's sake, we need to bring this conversation to a conclusion, and the only path forward I see for that is to let's hash it out once and for all. I didn't mean to cut off.
Hi, my name is Trevor Bass. I'm the owner of the property there, and I just wanted to introduce myself and tell you guys how I've ended up with that property. I've been a farmer here my whole life, 3-4 generations on both sides of my family, my mother and my father. I stand to inherit about 80 acres of land off both sides of my family, not a whole bunch to go. Had to buy the property. Bought a piece of property in Gilchrist County, sold it to the solar panel group. That's how I ended up with this property that we're discussing today. The opportunity is given there when you buy a piece of land to try to make some money with it. That's what we're doing on the farm level, and that's what we're doing buying it anywhere we go. I don't want to see it turn into houses any worse than anyone, but it's the right financial decision for me to try to turn some of it into houses, and I should have that right, if that's what the rule states, to come in front of you guys and y'all give me the fair and equal opportunity of what the rule reads, however that may be. And I want to do that, and I want to keep the rest of it in the farmland just as long as we possibly can. And guys, I'm going to take the money and put it right back into another farm. It ain't like I'm just going partying with the money. I mean, the truth of the matter is the land is what keeps me held together. That's what I've got to have. And I like the community small. I liked it before all these people that have talked tonight moved in here. I used to know everybody in this town. Me and this guy right here was raised right here our whole lives. Family, we knew everybody. I mean, when you come to town, you knew every car in town. We don't know that anymore. But as growth goes along, we've got to welcome all you guys in this room that have come throughout our lifetimes. And the next person right behind you, you got to welcome them as well. Thank you.
So again, what I'm asking is, legality issue aside, which sounds to me like that will either resolve itself or it won't. And if it doesn't resolve itself, then the commission is just going to say no, right? Because the legal issue isn't there. But, I think the manager made a good point about the one is 300 acres. Is that the max? So you can do this with 300? Is 200 acres the max? And you can do, I can't do math, 40 houses, right? Is 1,000 acres the max, right? Is the 1 acre house, 4 acre set aside? That's what's in the ordinance now. So, again, I would prefer you guys move this to the commission with the recommendation for denial based on whatever reasons you have for denial, or say that you support it and let it go forward with 3-2, 4-1, 5-0, whatever it is, but I'm not having any luck stopping these requests from coming. So this is my opportunity to sort of force everybody's hand to go ahead and reach for the mic and say yay or nay, and then we can all just kind of say that's what it is. That's the decision that's been made.
If we, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if we should agree tonight, all of us, it doesn't matter, or enough of us, and we say this is an okay project, we're for it, and it goes to the commission, doesn't the commission still have time to question? They don't have to approve. They have to hopefully look at what our questions were and give some input. Maybe ask us to come back and look at it again. They could even have that option, I'm sure.
And guys, the commission they watch these meetings, they listen to y'all's comments. When I talk to them, I say, well, this is what we spent the bulk of and they're very grateful because you guys stay here till 10:30 at night having long conversations, and it really does shorten the conversations that they have to have because you guys have already hashed out a lot of these things.
But
they're not bound by your recommendation.
Right, they could say, okay, we're going to go with it, or no,
Right.
we're not going to
My
go with
point
it.
is-
Or can they also say, we would like for P&Z to come back and look at this again?
They could.
Even as a workshop, we could have a workshop, not a,
They could say to staff, right, okay, you lit a fire under us, go work on the ordinance based on the P&Z's recommendations for what they could get behind, and then we change the ordinance before we move forward again. They could send it back to you. Right now, I need the P&Z to give the commission a push on this one, because we've talked about this for enough. Tonight, for the last year, we've talked about 1 acre, 2 acres, and I think it's important to hear, Brian and Mike, that the small scale and the planned rural residential are different, right? The density isn't changing in the planned rural residential, which has been a big topic of the conversation tonight about the density. The density doesn't change in the PRD. You guys have already set the density in the small scale at 2 acres. So I think that's an important point to not just ignore, right?
I think it's a lot easier for the commissioner to address it. If we deny, it gives them an open floor to pretty much address it a lot more. You know what I mean? Because we recommend a lot of stuff, so I would advise, this is my opinion, you know.
I mean, I don't see a lot of things getting denied to from the P&Z to the commission. I think a denial from the P&Z to the commission, like Vice Chair Long said, gives them something to speak about. Because to hear that we denied something for these reasons, they're going to look into further depths of, well, that's odd. Like, why?
well, I don't think that we are in charge of trying to send information either way in order to get the commission's attention. That's what they need to do, is work on whatever they're thinking. But if we approve this tonight, they can still look at what we've said, they can still go through everything, and they can still say that's fine, but we're not going to approve it until we get whatever done. Because this sounds to me like this is a lot of legal stuff that's going on too, but I can't deny Mr. Bass his opportunity to come to us and ask for something which is legal. He's covered everything he's supposed to cover, and there's no, legally, I can't, or morally or whatever, I don't think that we can then just say, well, no, we just don't like 200 houses here, and let's move on.
I think Ms. Linda's actually, she's said more succinctly than I've been able to say all night, right? Yeah, we're in quasi-judicial here. The only pertinent reason, expert testimony we've heard to say no, is this looming a legal question, right? We haven't actually heard any expert testimony about why we can't, he can't do an ordinance on the books, which I guess is what I've been trying to get at. If this isn't something we're going to offer, we need to take it off the books because he's got the right to be here. And I'm not saying you have to deny it to move it. You could approve it with your concerns, which is most often what we do. You could deny it, but if you deny it, then I would ask you to state the reasons that you're denying it so the commission has something to talk about, right? But in a quasi-judicial, we haven't really heard any expert testimony to say no, right? So, the looming legal thing just tables it, but I think that's a stopgap that's just going to put us right back here, make all these people come out of their house again on another night to listen to pretty much the same conversation over again, and it'll either be yay or nay, and that'll be a dead issue for the commission if it's right either way.
Mr. Chair, if I may? Yeah. So as part of the land development regulations for PRD, there's a chart in there that identifies lot acreage and then the percentage of set aside. So with the 1 acre lots has the most set aside. So if the lots are increased in size, then the amount of land that is set aside actually goes down based on the chart and the percentage wise. So that's one component is to think about as well, is that if the goal of the board is to have as much agricultural land as possible, then the smaller lots actually achieve that. So kind of just think about that in terms of if you want larger lots, then the set aside actually decreases. So based on the current land development regulations.
So I'm going to be very frank because I was I'm not even going to get into this, but that's just, to me, when you're like, oh, the set asides and what was brought up about, 1 acre and we can do 4 acres. I feel like it's a giant loophole that we're jumping through to make things seem what they're not. Because now I could say I'm going to build 1 acre lots, but I'm going to set aside 4 acres for every acre I put. And I'm going to have all those acres combined over there, but I'm going to build all these 1 acres stacked to each other. Versus having the 4 acre separation. So to me, it's just more of the you're doing your job, and I love when you always present to us, and I feel bad that it's always you that I go after. But to me, when I hear from staff and I hear from the applicant, well, we're doing this, it's like, well, yeah, because technically that's a loophole, Right, and I mean, that's, thank you, Mr. Morgan and Morgan, for making giant loopholes in liability lawsuits. Now Florida's the highest paying insurance state in the United States. But to me, that's where I'm just like, I'm stuck, because I don't want to approve it because of the fact of I want to see 3 to 5 acre lots out there. But then the legal jargon of, well, technically it is because all we got to do is build on 1 and separate 4, but how those 4 are separated doesn't matter.
Well, it looks like we should be in position, and what everybody's saying, to kind of vote on it.
I mean,
Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure. The commission has a rule of procedure that if the meeting goes past 10:30, you have to have a motion to extend it. I'm not sure if it's been a while since the P&Z went after 10:30, but just for safety's sake.
Mr. Chair, we've done that in the past, even though I think we discovered planning and zoning has no set procedure.
No set procedure. So if you want to keep having a conversation, then I need a motion to extend, or someone can call the question and just say, make a motion.
Yeah, I think we should make a motion.
Go for it, Mr. Long.
I don't mean.
You're the one calling it out, bro.
Could I defer to Attorney Walker?
But he doesn't know whether you want to do a motion to approve, a motion to deny, a motion with conditions, a motion to continue.
Well, I would move to a motion to deny right now due to the legal issues and to the undetermined conversation of 1 acre, to 2 acres, or 5 acres conversation. So that would be my denial request.
Okay.
So I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second on that motion? I'll second it. With
Okay,
that
so
being said,
as your liaison to the commission, I'm going to say the P and Z motion to deny because of this looming legal issue and because of the unresolved nature of what's the smallest lot that we're going to allow to happen. Those are the things that we want them to hone in on and focus on. Any other board members have anything else that's concerning them about this that you want me to relate to the commission as the reasons?
Mr. Chair,
yes, Ms. Baker.
in the conversation about everything else that we covered, we did not cover the fact that the two entrances and exits to the planned development are on the two worst roads in the city of Newberry. One of which is included in our packet is a D, and it would not affect its rating as a D. It would still be a D. And 337, which is
I brought that
infamous.
up as one of my concerns about the planned rural, right? That in a dense neighborhood, we get help. In a planned rural development, we don't get that help. So that was one of the things that I've been thinking about when it comes to this. So I'll ask the commission to think about
Can we
what are
add
you
that
going
to
to
the
do.
motion?
Yeah, I mean, I really at this point, I just need to relate to them what is in everybody's mind, what's in everybody's thoughts here. Is there anybody that is comfortable with this and sees the 1 acre lots? Because if we're split on this, that's fine, right? We got 5 people, 5 different brains. If there's two of you, one of you that's thinking, I'm good with this as it is, I need to be able to say, this is not a unanimous decision, right? I mean, I think the commission cares when it's 5-0, 4-1, 3-2. We look at those numbers as well. Everybody has the same concerns here?
I don't know if I do, but keep moving.
Okay.
I have a lot of concerns, period,
Okay,
on this particular case.
Ms. Polo.
I'm not worried about the legality.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concerns are with the legality, just because it can't be free and clear until that is officially resolved. But if this was presented in line with the existing ordinance, I don't feel that the applicant should be penalized just because we haven't ironed out our differences with it. Like, he submitted it based on what we have currently, whether that changes down the road or not. I'm not a fan of this personally. I'm not, but I'm looking at this from a perspective of he's following the letter of the law with the ordinance as it stands. So that's where I stand with that.
And I really agree with just what you just said. Thank you.
I don't disagree with you, but we were giving a lot of developers and owners a lot of headache over stuff like this. And that's the only reason why I had a conflict in it and wanted to push it to the commission board. Like I said, 1 acre lots are big in most close areas of town, but the further you go out, and this is still in urban development, it still fits in that. I would rather the commission own up to and kind of vote on that aspect of it a little bit more clear and precise for me.
Mr. Chair, if I could, these other, and I'm new with this, so all of the, like Barrington, it's not the bad B word for me like it is for y'all. Were those the same PRRD, or were those, okay, so we're talking apples and oranges. I don't think bringing in a precedence for one. You can't compare the two of them in the same way. I agree. I would like to see more spread. I don't want to see 1 acres in the middle of nowhere on bad roads. However, I feel like they've followed through with their part.
And Mr. Chair, that's my fault. The only comparison I was trying to make between the small scale is that they are the only ways you can develop outside of the urban service area. That's kind of where it ends, right? That was the only point I was trying to make. I didn't mean to confuse people.
So just a quick comment on the roadways. Regardless if the lots are half acre, 1 acre, 5 acres, the density is still the same. So lot sizes and density are apples and oranges as well. So the agricultural land could be developed in 60 lots, which would have the same concerns for the roadways if they were 60 1-acre lots. So just put that out there.
Yes.
Now that you got a motion.
Now that we have a motion, we're doing comments and then public comment and then voting on the motion. Go ahead, yeah. Yes. All right, yes.
If I may, I'd like to direct a question to the city attorney as far as the part of the motion, whether or not it's appropriate in a quasi-judicial proceeding to base a motion for denial on an issue that has as nebulous as there's been consideration of changing the PRRD language.
Hang on one second. That's not the motion I heard. I heard a motion for denial based on the legal issue.
Yes.
Then I heard a list of concerns that we want the commission to address. But the reason for denial was the legal issue. I just want to clarify. Was that the motion everybody heard? Donald Long said I'd make a motion to deny because of the legal issue. And then he proceeded to give, at my prompting, what are the things that you want the commission to consider?
Like what we want them to address.
Right.
We're denying based off the legality, but we're wanting the commission to address the acreage concern that we have.
Okay, the way
but that's not part of the...
Okay, that helps, because the way I heard it, it was like 3 different conditions for denial, not just the one.
Topics of conversation. To bring the conversation to a close.
All right, we'll take public comment on the motion of denial.
Come on down.
Hey, you don't have to be afraid. You can come on down.
Okay. I think that we're all thinking about the now, right now, when it comes to roads. So let's be honest, sewer, water, it's gonna come, like I said earlier. And good for you for buying properties and then selling them and getting more farmland. But I almost feel like each farmland that he's or someone's going to buy will probably end up in the same situation where he wants more neighborhoods, wants more money, wants more money, wants more money. I feel like true farmers want to keep the land. I'm not a farmer myself, but I want the land around. I already have all these proposals for solar companies going around our house, and we don't want it. This is family land. We want it to stay land because we love the country. We're not in the city for a reason. And those people down the road are going to come in that set aside land. So our problems are still going to be there because they're not going to fix the roads. But there will be more traffic, and it will get worse, and it will get worse until you drive all the people out that love this town, and then you have all the people coming in their little 1-acre properties and just making it something that it shouldn't be. And that's just trash. So we want to keep our peace and our property and our farm animals safe, and that will happen if we have less people. Because I will slap a person, whoever hurts my farm animals. I promise you that. I will end up in jail, and I'm okay with it. So.
My name is Kelly Suggs.
Hey, Kelly.
I would like to tell y'all one thing. I want y'all to vote against this change, and I want y'all to do it for the right reason. You invited the community to come down here and speak to you about what they want. I want to know if you heard them. I want to know if you was listening while they were speaking, because if you were, then you know as clearly as I do, they don't want this to be changed. If you want to vote, ask the people in the audience. They'll tell you that's what you wanted them to do. Come up here and tell you what they felt. They did. In Mayor Marlowe, the 5-acre parcel in the country is a small parcel. Ask the owner of the property behind you. We have families in this community that own hundreds of acres, thousands of acres. A 5-acre parcel in the country is the right size parcel in the country. A 1-acre parcel is something that is closer to the service area, for one thing, and closer to all the other facilities that these people want to have. I think y'all almost missed the boat here if you don't listen to what the people had to say that you invited down here to speak. You've had one person that has spoke up and said, I want it this way. You've had a room full of people say something different. Now it's going to be up to y'all to decide what the community wants, because that's who you represent, not a single person. And we're talking rights here tonight. I've heard one person's right talked about, the applicant. It's my understanding that your rights stop when it overrides someone else's rights. Y'all haven't listened to the rights of everybody else in the room. They've got rights too. Not just the applicant for this property to be subdivided, but every other person that's come up here and commented has the same rights that that person does. And I have never in my lifetime heard an attorney say that his client was wrong. Never once.
Thank you, Mr. Sugg. Public comment on the motion.
I didn't get sworn in earlier, so.
Lord. We're not in testimony stage at this stage. We're just in.
Wait until the end. No, you can't.
You can comment. You can comment, but this is not testimony.
I want to step across the line. Name's Jay LaRue, and I just want to say that I support the motion that's out there to deny this request because of the legalities. And right now, we only have one gentleman who stood up and said that it's legally resolved. We don't know that. I also heard Mr. Bass say that he has a right to a fair, equal opportunity. But I think we have to go back to the legal side of things and say, wait a minute, just in May, they changed all that stuff, and one person changed all of that information on that subdivision to swing the vote so that they could get what they wanted. And I'm not saying that's what happened, I'm just saying it needs to be investigated. It's a little suspicious. And I think then, if we have that on the table, we have it out of the way, then I think we can move forward if we wanted to. But that's all I would say.
Thank you. All right. Any more public comments? All right, hearing none. Okay. No, I know, but I'm saying we're going to do a roll call vote on motion to deny based off the legality, and we're asking the commission about the 2 acres, but the motion is on the floor is to deny based off the legality. Okay, so I have a roll call vote.
Question. The motion is we're denying because of the legality issue?
Or recommending
But
a
we don't
denial.
even know there isn't.
There-
No, okay, I just needed to know that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there is.
I think the areas that I've heard tonight are that there is a concern with regard to the issue of the legality, as has been stated. There is a question mark as to suitability of the roads to support the development. The third item that's really not been stated very clearly, but that I think is in the Planning and Zoning Board's mind, and it goes to what the mayor said, is that the configuration of the development is the concern. And I'll give you an example. We have a high-end development in town. It's called Dillon's Grove.
Right.
Planned rural residential development. And the configuration is much different than this proposed 1-acre development clustered. It's, in fact, I believe there are 1-acre lots in that development. There's 10-acre lots in that development. So, but it's it's spread throughout the entire 250-acre development, or however big Dillon's Grove is. So I think what has been said here this evening, and the mayor's saying it as well, is that the rules, as far as the configuration of this the proposal that's before us, is where the board is having problems. Now, if you look at Dillon's Grove, it's a much different configured property. There's much different common set-aside areas in the development. The way it's configured is just vastly different, and it was approved. So that's, I think, the other message that you're sending to the owner developer in this instance. And I wanted to say that because you have to have substantial competent evidence in order to approve or deny something. You can kick it down the road and say, hey, come back with a different proposal to us, clear up the legal issue. That's a motion to continue. And so I just wanted to say that, because you do need to state what it is and why it is that you are denying something. I do think the point that was made earlier about denying it because we want to change the regulations as to PRRD is not a basis to deny it. Just so we're all clear about that.
But denying for the legal issue.
I was under the understanding earlier, though, that with the legal issue, that we could approve or go forward with this, and if the legal issue didn't get straightened out, that was on the owner to work all of that out. We had nothing to do with that, other than we know, or Brian or whoever knows, that there is one, but if it doesn't get worked out, obviously the owner can't do anything. So I don't see where that legal issue is our problem.
It's not, and the motion could have been, I approve it with the condition that they resolve, right? And then I still have all these other conditions, concerns that I want the commission to address. So it's just the way the motion ended up being, I deny because you don't have your legal house in order yet, right? The motion could have been, I approve it upon the condition that they fix it, right? So you could vote no here because you don't agree with that, or you could vote yes. Either way, the point is it moves forward and we finally get some resolution on this particular set of rules. Makes sense?
It makes sense. Sorry, it does, yes, I know what you're saying, but to me, what I'm saying is, it's not our job or whatever to get his or her or their legal issues straightened out. Either they get straightened out and they proceed, or they don't get straightened out and they come back, or they go to the commission, or they fold, or whatever they do. They go plant more watermelons, I don't know, but that issue to me is minor. Either we're going to approve or allow the owner to begin to plan developing, and that's all. Or we can say, no, we don't want this, not this particular, but we don't want any of it. We don't. It's not, it's a moot point.
So the motion on the floor, just to come back, is to deny based off the legal.
And we're still at the roll call vote.
And we're still at a roll call vote. Is denial based off the legal?
So it sounds like your comments, you would say no.
No.
Okay.
Mine is no as well.
Yes. Ms. Baker?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion to deny based off the legal issues. 3-2. With Ms. Woodcock and Ms. Polo dissent. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. That takes us out of quasi-judicial. We have no agenda items.
Topics for members' discussion. Ms. Woodcock.
I have one brief. I promise, guys, I promise it will be brief. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
And I know that I got through some a lot, and I've over the months, the years, or whatever. I need to, I'm just talking to y'all, but the palm trees. So I want to make it clear, absolutely, positively clear, I have no bad feelings about palm trees. I really, really, really don't. I understand that it's important, I guess our state flag has a palm tree on it, but there are some things that have maybe gone a little too far. So anyway, I do have a concern when 40 acres of hardwood is destroyed and a developer comes back in and plants 10 palm trees propped up with 4x4s or 2x4s and leaves them all in a row until they begin to die. I do have a problem with that, and I probably will continue to have that. When you try to destroy your city or your community, and we're sitting here worrying about whether we're going to build 2 houses an acre or 4 houses an acre, that's probably the least, or will become the least of our problems, as we destroy the environment around us. It's going to be crucial. So I've got 3 quick things I want you to listen up. Hardwood trees, that would be our oak trees, and we have a lot, turkey oaks, we have water oaks, we have all kinds of oaks. We have lots of pines, lots and lots of pines. Magnolias. When you look at a leaf or a tree that has heavy leaves on it, those are trees that also happen to be wonder of wonders, native to Florida, native to North Florida even. So, and we're on the border between North Florida and North Central Florida, so we have totally different environmental areas. The benefits of hardwood trees. They shelter our wildlife. Come to my house and play with squirrels. They give shade. As hot as it's been lately, I know I was at the Publix looking for a parking place in the shade and willing to walk the whole parking lot. They absorb pollution. If you take a Ziploc or whatever, a plastic bag, and just go out to your oak tree and wrap it around the end of a leaf, tie it up, and just let it sit all day and come back and look at what's in that bag. They clean our air. They help our environment. They're really important. They improve our air quality. They can easily be mixed in with landscaping. The cons are they're not for homes that are close together. You obviously can't plant a beautiful, lovely magnolia tree or oak tree or whatever if your house is really up next to your neighbor's house. There's not any room. So I don't know what the solution is, but it can't happen. They are pretty slow reaching heights of any kind, so it takes a little bit longer. You know, if you plant a 10-foot oak tree, you got 20 years before you're going to get the spreading limbs and stuff. Palms. They are sort of natives for the Gulf Coast of Florida, and I say the Gulf Coast in South Florida. Sable and cabbage palmettos. If you drove from here to Cedar Key and you got out and walked out into the scrub or out to Shell Mound or any of those places, you would see those trees. And they've been there for years. They're easy to grow, that's a given. And people, as a general rule, they come to Florida, or they live in Florida, they want to see palm trees. That's like in their brain somehow. Oh yeah, we're in Florida, it's a palm tree. Of course, there's no benefit as far as shade goes. They're really not friendly to the environment at all. They remove almost no ozone and much less carbon than any hardwood tree. So as we grow and develop in our town and whatever, we need to be aware of the environmental issues that are facing us. And I promise that I will never, ever tell anybody ever again that I do not like palm trees. And that's it. And I'm tired, and I know you're exhausted. I know you love that little speech, but let's go home.
I have one quick announcement to make. I have transitioned from one position at the Chamber of Commerce to another. I am now the Director of Communications and Marketing for the Greater Gainesville Chamber of Commerce. I am not resigning. I'm just letting you know that my position has changed. Well, I just wanted to wake you up. That's all it was.
Sound like bad news for the following.
I mean, it feels like bad news to me right now because I've walked into kind of a mess. But I just want to let you guys know that my position has changed, just in case anybody needed to know. If you need anything, let me know.
I don't have anything.
I only have one thing. Is there any way, without breaking any kind of legal rules or anything, can the P&Z, kind of like how the county and the city have a joint meeting, is there a way that the planning and zoning and the commission can have a joint meeting so that way we can be on the same page on certain things? Or is that not existent? Like a workshop?
Sure, you can have a joint meeting or a workshop. Because in order to...
The only reason I ask is that way our board can see what our current commission's vision is, and we can kind of be in line of understanding what they're looking for. That way when stuff comes here and we vet stuff out, we're able to at least say, hey, according to our commission, this is our vision, this is what we want. We get glimpses of that now, but it would be, I think, good to, have that with all the commission.
I mean, I think it's an interesting idea. One, I would want to dispel, I don't think that the P&Z necessarily has to be on the same page as the commission. I think that the whole idea is different.
But it's more of the respect of understanding where they're at.
I think that the better way to get to that would be for you guys to watch the commission meetings and the commission to watch the P&Z meetings, right? Because that way, I mean, in a workshop or a joint meeting, we'd still have to limit it to one or two topics. That doesn't really give you the full flavor of where everybody's at. But I mean, I think it's an interesting idea. I think at 11 o'clock at night, I'd ask everybody just to sleep on it and bring it back.
It wasn't a decision we made. It's just something that after all this talk, it's like we should have a meeting with the commission.
At every public workshop, P&Z, like when we did the overlay district, right, we were really encouraging you guys to come to that, share your thoughts with the commission, those kinds of things. Anytime a public workshop happens, you guys are members of the public, right? And that's a wonderful chance to talk about the topic at hand also. So in quasi-judicial, it's not a good idea for you guys to show up at their meetings or them to show up here because they have to vote later on. But workshop format, absolutely.
Thank you.
Look at what PRRD, there's a lot of consternation and discussion about PRRDs. Look at the developments that are done well, correctly, if you think they are done well and correctly. Look at what was presented to you tonight, you denied it. What are the differences between the two? Create the rules and regulations that adhere to the requirements of those PRRD developments that you believe are done successfully or correctly, and create the rules that are associated. Do away with it. One of the things that you can do is, as this collective body that deals with our land development rules and regulations, is to say to the commission, we want this. You can direct staff to say, okay, give us some proposed PRRD regs that we want to amend this to, and then send that up to the commission. The commission can say yay or nay on that. If you want to effectuate change on what we dealt with for this evening. So that is a way to handle it, just as an observation.
Thank you.
Sure.
Staff, do you have any comments? No? All right. Hearing none, meeting is adjourned.